What's happening? Yeah. Oh, there it goes. Hey now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Tell your girls you don't need to be locked anywhere else but here on.
Yeah, this dude is really in between his teeth, man.
132.0. Your slow damn station. I'm D-Lo. He's Kenny Caraway. We here to make all your dreams come true. That's what I should be doing for a living. Let's be honest. I'm bad at this sports talk stuff. I should be doing stuff like that.
Nah, you're doing both.
That's the stuff I should be doing.
You can do them both.
Hey, Seattle. Oh, man.
Hey, Seattle.
Hey, Seattle. I'm Russell. That's pragmatic pessimist. That's big facts. That's big facts. Let's go. I like that. That's what we need right there. The world's first me. I like it. Let's get that dub, baby. Let's get that dub. Because obviously we're playing, so we want to get that dub.
It's all on us, man. It's all on us.
Yeah, they're probably getting buried elsewhere. How much longer before Vivek Ranadive inserts himself into this roster, huh? Next, after my cigarette. Yeah, Russell Wilson. Them memes have been wild. Man, he deserved it. That dude deserved to get roasted.
Did you see one of the Broncos players tweeted out? He's like, "Yeah, no bullshit." He said it really happened.
We do this for the culture, baby. We in here on this Thursday, October 27th, and we've got the office to ourselves. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
As loud as possible, acknowledge me. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. Game day, baby. It's the Sacramento Kings and the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. Of course, the Kings looking for their first win. We'll talk to Matt George, final hour of the show. We'll talk to Olivia Christian today, host of the game last night, the game last night cap. Sara Hodges will join us in the 1 o'clock hour as well. Rich Hammond of The Athletic back with us here on D-Lo and KC. Rich Hammond back with us because apparently the 49ers and Rams play each other 47 times a year.
I'm telling you, they on that unbalanced MLB schedule.
All kidding aside, I was thinking the other day, okay, who's next? It was when we were talking to Sarah, actually, like, oh, it's the Rams. Again. I had to do math. Like, why does it feel like all they do is play the Rams? Well, it's because they do.
Right.
4 times in the last 12 games, counting week 18, the playoff game, and the 2 games this year.
Mm-hmm.
It's a third of the schedule has been against the Los Angeles Rams.
It's crazy. It's crazy. This is how you build a rivalry. And the NFL is doing it indirectly.
Yeah, I guess so.
And then
Red Sox, Yankees.
I took it a little further back, and about this time last year was their Monday night matchup. I think that was OBJ's first game, maybe second game, and it was the game that kind of turned around the whole 49er season. And if you put that in there, they played each other 5 times in a year, basically.
Incredible.
In the NFL, like that doesn't happen.
That's crazy. That's it feels like, God, they're playing again. Yes, they are. They absolutely are playing again. So we'll talk.
The thing about this is they probably won't play each other again for a while. I don't think they're going to be facing up for maybe another year.
You waving the playoff flag?
I'm telling you this. I don't think they're playing each other again for a while. Now,
Okay.
what that means, I don't know. Does that mean the Niners don't make it? Does that mean the Rams don't make it? I don't think they're playing each other in an NFC Championship game. I can tell you that. I don't know who doesn't make it, but they ain't playing each other again for a while.
Okay. You heard it here first, I suppose.
I did give you 49ers Cowboys last year
You did.
in like October. I said, yo, they're going to play each other this year. Niners
Yeah.
were 2-4.
Yeah. And the Cowboys were scared to death when they got there.
They were
Just
shook
frightened.
ones.
Just frightened
ones.
children on Halloween trying to get some candy and being scared by some grown-ups overzealous haunted house on the block. That was the Cowboys last year.
I gave you guys 49ers Cowboys. I need all you people in the media to know that I'm right.
That's right. And if you don't like it, go somewhere else. Because that's what we're here for, is to tell you how much we're right. Kings look to avoid. I'm telling you, the show is just one big inside joke. That's all it is. We just try to get pops out of each other as the 4 hours go by, and we talk basketball. Kings look to avoid going to 0-4 tonight.
Please.
They got the Memphis Grizzlies in town. 9 teams. I got this stat from the ESPN broadcast last night. 9 teams in the last 22 years that have started 0-4 have made the playoffs. 9 teams, just 9 teams in the last 22 years have started 0-4 and made the playoffs. 2 have done it since 2011. And a good footnote from the broadcast last night, those were Russell Westbrook teams. I think it was the 2011 Oklahoma City Thunder. It was one of the Oklahoma City Thunder teams and the Wizards team.
Okay.
Those 2 teams started
that
on
Wizards
4.
team, they started off rough. And
They started bad. Yeah, they started bad, and they got going. Obviously, the big story tonight, of course, is Keegan Murray will make his debut in the starting lineup. And I got a question. Jesse said something a minute ago. He put this note in the rundown. Like, Jesse's like, yeah, I'm kind of over the vibes right now. I need to see a dub. Need to see this team win. Are the vibes running out? I mean, 0-3, and this was weird. I was thinking about this when we were talking the other day. 0-3 doesn't feel like a big deal, but for some reason 0-4 does, and I don't know why. I have no idea. It's one game. I have no idea why.
Right.
0-4 feels like a bigger deal than 0-3, and not like, oh, it is a bigger deal. It was one game bigger. Like, no, it feels like a substantially bigger deal to me, and I don't know why. It's
crazy. I mean, you're not the only one. Like 0-4 feels a lot worse than 1-4.
Right.
Yeah. Like, okay. Well, man, if they won tonight to become 1-3 and lost to Miami on Saturday, like, 1-4 though. They're 1-4. They're still in this thing. Well, wait a minute. They're still in this thing at 0-4. Matter of fact, there's like 75 games left. But I get what you're saying. You know what I mean?
They could go 78-4 if they lose tonight. I just want to point that out.
It's still there.
It's still possible.
Still possible.
Mathematically, it can
Yeah.
happen. Mathematically, they can break the all-time record if they
the Warriors will be popping champagne soon after the Kings' 10th loss.
I hope not. I hope not. I hope that 10th loss is a ways away. But in all seriousness, and we'll throw this question out to those listening, 916-909-1320. And of course, those in the chatty house on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Are the vibes running out? Are the vibes on fumes?
I mean, I think it's only natural, an 0-3 start, possibly an 0-4 start. It's only natural for people to be deflated from that. Yes, it's just a natural reaction. I think that
Ja hits a game winner tonight at the buzzer.
Oh, it's a crusher. That's a crusher.
But how do we feel about the team? Is it because again, it's another game that you're in against a really, really good team that you lost?
To me, how I would feel if Ja hits a shot at the buzzer or Desmond Bane hits a shot at the buzzer to win it, it'll be a crusher. Absolutely be a crusher, because it'll be another day I won't be able to do Drake bars. But it'll be a crusher.
Pages are getting dusty too. Yeah.
Remember when we said we was gonna have a double disc?
A double disc of Drake bars. Yeah, now I'm just looking for a maxi single at this point. Y'all don't even remember the maxi single. Y'all don't remember them joints. You had the single in like the little paper sleeve, and then you had the single that came in like a tape case.
They wasn't out for that.
Yeah,
They wasn't
y'all don't
outside for
remember that.
The Kobe and Tyra Banks. They used to have that in the maxi single.
Well, I had the Rex and
Kobe.
Effects rump shaker maxi single.
Yo, that was crazy. I was watching Hip Hop Evolution. I finished that up. I didn't know Pharrell wrote that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I forgot. I was listening to it was Jonathan's book,
Mhm.
and Pharrell's original rap name.
Well,
I can't remember what it was. It was comedy. I gotta look it up. I was like, wait, it was like the Verb Lord or something like that. It was like the dorkiest name possible, and it's like, what is he talking? It's got to be Pharrell, right? It's got to be Pharrell. Yeah, it was. I'll look it up right now. His first name was something wild, like there it is. Magnum the Verb Lord. That's Pharrell's first hip hop name.
I'm glad he went with Pharrell.
I think that works. He went WWE style and just went with the first name. That works.
I can't imagine Jay-Z saying, "We call you Magnum the Verb Lord because you're real." Like, no, that don't work. We call you for real because you're for real.
We call you the Verb Lord because you're true. Station Wagon P apparently was a name as well.
That's what they're gonna start calling Paul George. Oh no. Oh no, why did we bring that out?
Skateboard P, that's in here too. Oh, Station Wagon P. Leave Paul George alone. You got him as the MVP.
That's my boy. You know, that's my boy. I'm just saying that's what the streets are gonna start using. Damn, that's cold. But yeah, Kings lose tonight. Heartbreaker.
Mm-hmm.
Absolute heartbreaker. But if they lose in that fashion, if they lose against a team that's, what are they, 3-1 or 4-1 or something like that, with a possible MVP winner on their team, maybe I'm just too optimistic, but I look at it as, man, you're right there. You're right there. You got to fine tune some things. You're going up against the best of the best in the league right now, and you're right there. You got to find a way to win these games, obviously, throughout the year. But like I mentioned on Monday when we came back in, you're not that far away.
Yeah,
just a couple things here and there. If they're that close, you know, it's either going to be one of those things where you just tip your hat to the Grizzlies, or maybe a little bit more like Saturday where you missed free throws, or Sunday you hit 11 threes. You typically hit about 14 or 15, and you hit 11. You didn't shoot as well from the 3-point line today, so you end up losing by 1 or losing by 2 or something like that. That's how I would look at it, but I understand I'd probably be in the minority. You know, there'd be a lot of people that would just that would kill them. That would kill all their hopes and dreams for this Kings team. But to see them go 0-4 and lose another game that they could have possibly won.
And that could very well be true. But I'd also point to the number of people who, when the schedule came out, were adamant like the Kings are going to struggle to start the season.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had Kamara saying 3-9, and I was just adamant this team is not going to be 3-9. Or people say, no, they're going to be worse than that. So I still like the team. I just think they're going to get off to a rough start. All right, well, you got to keep the same energy then, because if they're good, if you thought they were going to get off to a rough start, and they are in fact getting off to a rough start, you can't actually be mad at the fact that you were right. You can't be mad at the fact that you said they were going to get off to a rough start, and now they're getting off to a rough start because of their schedule. You can't be mad about it.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot to. You know, I've wondered what the Warriors run meant, that fourth quarter run, and perhaps that was, if nothing else, you know, no matter what you thought it meant to the game in the moment, when it was over, it was like, you know, that was a hell of a fourth quarter effort. You walked away from it similar to the way Mike Brown walked away from game 1. Yo, we got to play 48 minutes. You got to play a complete game. We've got to play a complete game. You know, Mike said he felt better about game 2. He said that was closer to what we're looking for. There's a few things we got to do differently. Yeah. Friday was nothing, or I'm sorry, Sunday was nothing that he wanted with the Warriors, but they made that run. And I wonder if, you know, fans who were really frustrated, and understandably so, through that third quarter where the deficit remained at 18, 19, 20 points, if they walked away from that fourth quarter going, okay, they fought. They fought back. They got back in it. Got to reset ourselves and get ready for this Memphis Grizzlies team.
I said, man, there's things that I took a little bit more out of that the way that game ended than some people did. It wasn't
including me.
It wasn't about like, I I thought the Kings were going to come back and win. Like,
Yeah.
I watching it live, I'm sure I would have been like, "Now the Warriors aren't blowing this." But the fact that they continue to play, they continue to fight through, they figured some things out with that matchup. I think it bodes well, man. I think they there's a little something you could build on with that.
Well, let's talk about it. There's some things we need to see today because Ja Morant is one of the most explosive offensive players in the NBA right now. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the matchup of the Sacramento Kings and the Memphis Grizzlies when we return. We're just getting started. We got a loaded guest list. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. My voice is just quitting. My voice just wants me to find something else to do for a living. Yeah. Yeah. This is it for me. This is it. Yeah, I see you, Dr. David. That's big facts. That's facts.
As Hove would say. I was watching the Mavericks game yesterday or the other day. Tim Hardaway hurt already.
I didn't see him get hurt.
He wasn't on the game. He was on. I saw him on the bench in street clothes.
Well, that would explain why I didn't see him get hurt.
I
saw, oh man, someone went down last night for the Nuggets. Contavious Caldwell-Pope. I couldn't see what happened. He like the way he was rolling on the ground. I was like, I gotta rewind this. What happened to my dude? And I don't know. I couldn't figure out what happened. Yeah, like it was something with his ankle. He went down and grabbed his ankle, but it didn't look like it turned or anything. Like he was sprinting. He kind of landed funny. That's what I was worried about his knee. Yeah, so that's what happened. He rolled his ankle when he went up for a shot. I just didn't see his ankle roll. So that was like, oh man, I hope something.
Those are tough.
I hope something bad didn't happen.
I was about to say something. Oh, damn! I ain't even making fun of him, man. I'm just. It's just an observation. How you get hurt hanging on the rim, man?
Who did that? Oh. When did that happen? Okay, I missed that.
Damn, AD.
I actually thought he played okay yesterday.
He hasn't played bad all season.
He looked, okay, let me rephrase that. I thought he actually looked good yesterday. Like he looked like that graceful Anthony Davis from a few years ago who could move and he just looked like he had a rhythm to his step. Whereas game one, it was like, oh God, he's gonna hurt himself.
And did you see somebody, NBA.com, somebody posted like him, today's the day where he scored like 50 and had 14 rebounds 5-6 years ago with the Pelicans. He just looks so different. He looks so different. Looks like, and where it happens, you get older. It looks like he's obviously put on weight, maybe too much weight for his frame. He looks so different with the Pelicans. He's going to the Hall of Fame, just like he's already on the NBA 75. I don't know if he should. I wouldn't have him in either. Phenomenal player, phenomenal talent.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have had him on the 75. He shouldn't have been on there ahead of Dwight Howard.
No, that's absurd. Yeah, so absurd. Who was talking about? I think it was KD who was talking about all LeBron stands. I think they were the ones who put Anthony Davis in there. Put Bron's teammate in there. Either I still think that polling list had to be hella young. That's the only explanation.
To have AD in there
And not Dwight Howard.
Yeah.
You know who doesn't look to be very good is the Nets. The Nets. I mean that could be Milwaukee though. That could be.
It could be they faced good teams.
I was gonna say. Well, I'm just talking about the way that they played, the way that they looked, but now that you say that, the other team I saw them play. Was it the Pelicans? Was that the game I was watching? Oh, it was the 130-108 game. It was the Pelicans. Yeah.
Beat up by the Pelicans.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's probably the move.
That's probably the move. That's probably the plan too. I said that's probably the move. That's probably the plan. Get this guy out of here. Yeah, he might.
Ooh.
He might. I did see a little bit of the Utah Jazz, as a matter of fact. Yeah, same MO. Kept doing it. Yeah. Yeah. We were talking about all the other bad teams and good teams in the association. I watched a little bit of Utah last night. We'll get to the Lakers and some of the more high end games later, but I watched a little bit of Utah and Houston last night, and I think all of Utah's games are the same, and it's working. I don't know if that's the plan, but it's working.
See, ironically, I watched the fourth quarter of that game, and Utah looked like the Utah I thought they would look like.
Oh, okay.
Houston, I think Houston was down 19 at one point, got it down to 2.
Yeah, I wasn't that committed to that game.
Houston got a lot of young talent, man. Like I said last year with them, they're just they're all like 19 years old. They're all like 19, 20 years old. So they're gonna have to figure some stuff out. But Kevin Porter Jr., man, that man has a bag. Much like how I felt yesterday after watching Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
Kevin Porter Jr. is tough. But, at the end of the day, we talked about it yesterday. You look at that Jazz roster, and they got THT, who, was the butt of a lot of people's jokes, but I think he's a skilled ball player. He's not what Laker fans projected him to be, but he still can play. He can go. Mike Conley looks a little rejuvenated. Lauri Markkanen is playing really well.
Yeah.
Jordan Clarkson obviously is doing some good stuff. You got Malik Beasley, Vanderbilt. They got players. They got guys. They got talented guys. I still don't think they're going to be. I think they're going to be at the bottom of the standings. But right now, it's 5-0
story right now.
Were they 5-0 right now?
No, I think they're 4-1.
4-1. They lost the game.
They did. Yeah, they're 4-1. They lost to the Rockets the night before.
Oh, I know they lost that game when the Rockets were fighting each other.
Yeah.
I didn't know they lost that game.
916-909-1320. Let's get Leezy in here. Leezy, what's happening, bro?
KC, what's good, guys?
Oh, hey, man, you jumped the gun a little bit. He was so excited.
Hey, my bad. I'm on level 10. You already know me.
That's all right. That's all right.
Hey,
that's all right.
What up, baby?
Man, what's popping, guys? Hey, quick comment and quick question. Yo, quick key to the game. All you got to do, play defense, hit your free throws. It's not hard. And 2, yo, man, we were just talking about the Jazz. Yo, they are trying to tank. Why isn't Monty on the phone? Go get Lauri Markkanen, get Barnes and Holmes out of here. Make some moves, man.
Okay. Relax, Leezy. Man, tone it down a little bit, pal.
HAL, that's how he come through, man. That's his bag.
Dumb question. I get it. I'm going to ask it.
Okay.
Broadcast journalist.
No such thing as a dumb question. Dumb tweets, but not dumb questions.
Definitely dumb tweets. They're all over Sacramento lately. Coming from one account. It's weird. Are we sure Utah's trying to tank?
Well, yeah, I guess we can't say we're sure. That was an assumption.
Let's you accumulated 1 million draft picks, right? Like so you got that. Rudy Gobert was clearly a problem. For whatever reason, Rudy Gobert was a problem. Maybe they felt in their current setup, Donovan can't lead this group by himself. Let's try a different approach. Let's try something a little more well-rounded, not meaning that the collective is better than Donovan Mitchell. It's different than Donovan Mitchell. Let's try this and go out there and see what happens. Best case scenario, the idea works. Worst case scenario, which is still really good, we wind up in the lottery in the deepest draft in recent memory.
Yeah, and is that a little different?
It's a 5-game assessment right there, folks. That's 5 games into the season.
Is that a little different? Because I think it is, than just saying they're trying to tank. I think they made some moves. They're like, chips fall wherever they may.
Yeah, like you might have an idea for an approach that you think is going to work. There's not, off the top of my head, another team in the league that has like an approach like this. Not to mention you have a first-year head coach. Every team that you expect to make the playoffs or even play in, even down to Charlotte, has a a star, a high-level player, a high-tier player.
Yeah.
And I like Colin Sexton. Like there's a lot of guys on Utah that I like,
right?
But I don't know that any of them are on that level, that tier.
Yeah,
I don't know. It just could be an approach. If it doesn't work, that's okay. It doesn't work.
And one way to look at it is you have a lot of these guys like Colin Sexton, Lauri Markkanen, who are good ball players, but they're not what we would call number ones, right? And you just play with them. You see that they're good ball players, and then you look to get that number one in the draft, whether it's number 1 pick or number 5.
The number 2 is going to be number 1, so it's okay.
Right. You know what I mean? So maybe that's the approach. I think the approach really from Danny Ainge and the Utah Jazz is just there is no bad scenario this year.
Maybe no it's bad scenario. Team.
If we win, cool. That's great. If we lose, it's cool too.
Maybe it's a team very literally playing with no pressure.
Yes.
Kings got pressure on them.
Absolutely.
De'Aaron does. Monty does. This fan base is putting pressure on all of them. It's the Harrison Barnes line that James Ham brings up. Whether it's fair or not, this group should have a chance to succeed or fail without the weight of 16 years on their shoulder. If you want to put, for De'Aaron, I think this is 6 years, which there's only one team that has a drought longer than De'Aaron's, and I forgot who it is.
Oh man,
we just did this the other day. Charlotte. That's exactly who it is. It's Charlotte, who made the play-in twice.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's a pressure-free situation in Utah. Yeah. Whereas you look around and you look at the LAs, the Lakers, shoot, even the Clippers. These teams all have pressure on
everybody them. Has a certain level of pressure.
Clippers, Houston doesn't.
No.
Utah doesn't.
No. San Antonio doesn't.
San Antonio doesn't.
OKC doesn't.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So, and they'll play, and sometimes that helps those players play that way. And then on top of that, these are some of the things that we talk about, or I've talked about. We've both talked about in the past with like the Kings. There's a certain level, regardless of what Danny Ainge is talking about, there's a certain level of personal pride from those guys who are out there on the floor. And they heard all this. They hear it all. They hear it all. And they felt disrespected by it. And they worked just as hard on their game as the players in Boston or Golden State. And I'm sure there was a level of disrespect from a guy like Colin Sexton, one of the most competitive guys that we've come across, young players that we've come across in this league lately. Absolutely, I'm sure he felt disrespected. Lauri Markkanen and all these guys feeling the same way. So they're coming out and they're letting their actions speak on the court. They have no control whether or not Danny Ainge trades them or somebody gets hurt or anything like that. But they weren't for all that tank talk. We said that when people said the Kings should take.
Mm-hmm.
The people on the court in that locker room, they don't care. They don't care about Wembanyama.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care about Scoot.
Right.
They care about what their numbers say and what their team's records say. So they're coming out playing that way.
Hey guys, wouldn't it be great if Victor Wembanyama was here next year? Yeah, that's a conversation that's never been had in a single NBA locker room in history. Hey, wouldn't it be great if Zion Williamson was here next year? Nah, bro. Nah, like those conversations don't happen. Look, they might happen with front offices, but I don't even know that those conversations happen with coaching staffs, unless you're like a Greg Popovich coaching staff where you're locked in.
Yeah.
Like you're locked in for life if you wanted it.
Yeah.
I don't think those conversations happen.
I'll even go further. I know I'll put myself in this. I remember, and I won't say the player or whatever, but I remember when I was in high school. I was in high school and I was just super competitive, right? And one of the younger kids, I think I was a sophomore, he was a freshman, and he was good. He was a really good ball player, and he was cool. Like, it was really cool. We kind of grew up in the same circles or whatever. And he, this sounds terrible, but he came up to me one day because there was talk about him coming up to JV. And he's like, yo, Ken, what's up, man? What's up, man? Y'all need me up there? Y'all need me up there? And I was like, nah,
Mm-hmm.
nah, we know,
Yeah.
we good.
Yeah.
Like that's I'm competitive. I'm thinking about my spot and everything else like that. Nah, we good. We good. We don't need you. That's what they thinking about, these little 18-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
See Scoot Henderson at one of the games. What's up? It's Colin, you need me over here, baby? I mean, if you get here, cool, but like we good. Like, I got it. I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's how these guys are thinking. So
that's why LeBron was so cold to, what was it? Was it Wembanyama during one of them games? He came over to see him, and like, now he was fine. But it's not like LeBron was like, yo, my dog, because he know he ain't gonna play for him next year. He know they ain't playing together next year.
Right.
Oh, he was just like, hey, what's up? All right, fam. Yeah. Cool. If LeBron want to hype somebody up, he'll hype somebody up.
Yeah.
But he ain't got that stake in Victor Wembanyama yet, so he ain't done. The second he signed with Clutch Sports, that might change.
That's his guy.
Oh, it's all hugs and champagne and tequila and the whole deal.
The Brody.
You see NBA streaming all of Victor Wembanyama's games.
I did see that. That. And that is smart on a number of different reasons, different ways.
All the GMs could watch at the same time.
There's that.
Mm-hmm.
But I've always said the NBA, one of the downsides to letting the kids play, come straight from high school to the NBA, or even have this gap year thing with the G League Ignite, is they miss the free built-in showcase that NCAA gives you to get people familiar with these young guys before they come into the league.
Mm-hmm.
The whole Magic Johnson, Larry Bird effect. Like, that's what college is. I know why people say let them play, because I agree. Like, they need to if they can get paid somewhere, let them get paid.
Yeah.
But I understand the process that the NFL has perfect with college football, and the NBA kind of has with NCAA and March Madness, and they had it more when guys would stay for 2 or 3 years. But getting the general public familiar with these young stars before they come into the league, that only helps the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have a guy like Wembanyama, who's not playing college basketball, obviously, and on top of that is playing overseas, if I'm the NBA, like, yeah, I got to get in on it. Like, yeah, let me stream all his games.
Yeah,
I have to. It's probably not free because there's production to it, but this is free commercialization, maybe, or promotion. Yeah, you know what I mean, for a guy that's coming into our league.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd do it too.
Yeah, it's smart.
Yeah,
let's go work. And that stream is going to crash a couple of times.
Yeah,
people will be
talking
locked
about
in
the
to see
new NBA. Why it's a good app as it is? Why's it got to be new?
Well, it is
Or are
new.
they
They've
saying-
added a
Are
lot
they
to it.
saying this is
No,
this
version. This
is new?
version is the new version.
Okay, I thought they
This,
were gonna have a whole new.
no. This
Ah,
version
okay,
that's out
okay.
now with League Pass and all that stuff. It's a little bit different, especially if you have League Pass. Like if you're just scrolling, and I noticed this the other night, if you're just scrolling to like check scores on the NBA app, a lot of times the game will just start playing.
Yeah.
Like if you're a League Pass subscriber,
I'm like, whoa.
I was like, well, what highlight packages is? Oh, this is live. Oh, we're live, pal. Okay, like, all right, I'm with that. I think they've done some good stuff. There's a lot of content on there. It's
really good.
it's easy to find. It's better than the WWE network.
Way better.
It's
way better.
it's way easier to
They do
navigate
need
than that
to
stuff.
do like the NFL app though, and let us see any game we want from the last 10 years. Although I think they might do something like that. I know you can watch any game you want from last year on the NBA.
Yeah, I don't know how long. I think there's an extensive archive on there.
Wow.
Yeah, I think so. I would just like to watch a game on
Yeah.
replay like tomorrow.
Come on, man.
That's what I would really
Come on,
like.
man.
Like if
Kings play tonight. I won't be able to watch it on the app till what, Saturday?
Yep, Sunday.
Come on, man.
Yeah, because
They
I think
didn't play
it's
the whole nother game.
I think it's the end of the third day that you can watch it.
They didn't
So,
play the whole nother game.
You better have that DVR rolling so you can watch it on your
This is ridiculous.
Xfinity app or whatever it is that you got.
I will. You know, and I could play it back on the NBC Sports app as well. I mean, I got options, but still, it's the principality of the situation.
I pay for League Pass. Let me watch my damn team.
Please.
You asked me when I sign up for League Pass, hey, what's your favorite team? Who are your favorite players? Who do you want to follow? Well, there's a reason I clicked the Sacramento Kings and De'Aaron Fox and Keegan Murray. There's a reason I did that. Let me watch their damn games.
It's a damn shame.
The old man screaming at the clouds.
I'm screaming with you.
All right.
This
Well,
is
we're
ridiculous.
old men screaming at the clouds.
So it don't make no sense. They need to give me a good reason why. What? Because if they did that, I wouldn't watch live. No, what are you talking about?
I get it if you want to geofence it and block it out live. That's fine. But when the game is over, let me watch the damn thing. What the hell the replay got to do with it? Tina Turner wrote a song about that, if I recall correctly. What's the replay got to do with it?
Love that song.
It's a great song. It's a great song. I think this might be a big night for Davion Mitchell for a variety of reasons. Primarily, I think Davion's going to have a lot of responsibility guarding John Morant. Now, obviously not at the beginning, which poses another question. Who is guarding John Morant at the beginning of the game?
De'Aaron.
That's what I thought. And is Keegan on Desmond Bain?
Nah, probably Kevin Huerter.
Kevin Huerter's on Desmond Bain.
Probably Kevin Huerter. You would, in a perfect world, you'd have Harrison Barnes on there, but I don't know if you're ready for that.
World ain't perfect no more.
But no, it's gonna be De'Aaron on Ja, and you know, because of Coffee Boy's antics, you know, we look at, you know, why are you pitting these guys together against each other and all this other stuff? Talking about Ja and De'Aaron Fox, and it took the fun out of what should be a really fun matchup and fun. I don't want to call it a rivalry because they don't have no beef or nothing like that, but just a fun matchup. Ja versus De'Aaron. That should be some good stuff. This should be something that fans in Sacramento look forward to, fans in Memphis look forward to every time they match up.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a matchup between two young guards.
So is that why it should be exciting? Is because they're just two young guards in the NBA?
Well, hopefully at this point you would hope that they're both winning. Right now, Memphis is a winning team. The Kings are trying to get there. But yeah, like the thought behind it when these two came into the league. Matter of fact, I remember there was a guy that I follow on Twitter. He's a Grizzlies writer. He was talking about a couple years ago. He was like, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, the rivalries for the Grizzlies in about 3 years' time is gonna be Atlanta, New Orleans, and the Kings. I said, the Kings? What you talking about? He's like, you'll see soon. And I kind of see what he probably envisioned at the time was Ja and Triple J growing with De'Aaron and Marvin.
Yeah. And
obviously that didn't work. But I mean, that was it. Like they were supposed to come up together, those two franchises, and they would lock horns in the playoffs at some point. And obviously
what might have been. Now, obviously, that didn't happen that way. But De'Aaron and Ja are still here. And I think, like, no shade to Ja at all. Like, I love Ja Morant.
But man, I love that. That's a hell of a matchup.
Mhm.
Those two get after it. And on a broader sense, Ja has kind of outplayed De'Aaron in the last year and a half or so. But when they get at it, I remember somebody telling me, I think it was somebody told me, it was like, yeah, this the matchup De'Aaron get up for when he see Ja.
Mm.
He get up for it. We always, worry about him. Like, is he always locked in? Sometimes he kind of lackadaisical. They're like, that's not the case when he play against Ja. He stay locked in against Ja, and the numbers show it. He plays well against them. And it's not even on no beef. It's just like, okay, this is a matchup here. I want to test myself. So
I think there's something to be said too for that perception about De'Aaron Fox. And I understand you often have the argument, and it's very, very fair, about personal pride in going out there and playing for yourself, right? Yeah, it's got to be hard to get up when your team sucks repeatedly. It's got to be hard when you know your coach is going to be fired. It's got to be difficult when you're playing for an interim coach. It's got to be difficult when you're wrapping up games and guys are going to the locker room talking about, I can't wait to get out of here. It's hard to get up every day when you're dragging a bunch of dead weight behind you. Now, not all of it is dead. I'm talking about Buddy. I'm talking about Marvin. I'm talking about Luke and Alvin and Dave Yeager and
not them as men and people, but they just weren't invested.
No,
like, you knew they were gone.
Well, I mean, Yeager was invested, Luke was invested, but everybody knew what time it was. I'm not suggesting those dudes mailed it in. Dave Yeager being fired was the worst secret in this city. Everybody knew. Like Christmas.
Yeah.
Not only did we know Dave was going to be fired, we knew who he was going to hire.
Yeah.
So, like, how do you get up for that?
Yeah.
How do you go out there and put out your best effort? That's tough. Like, yeah, personal pride, no doubt, but it's tough to do that on a night-to-night basis when you know your ultimate end goals are completely out of reach.
Yeah.
And I feel for De'Aaron in that sense. And, we look at, it's frustrating. The team is 0-3. Scheduled, it's not easy tonight. It doesn't get easier this weekend. It doesn't get easier anytime soon when you don't have any wins, regardless of what you think of Charlotte or Orlando. Those are talented ball clubs who are looking to get their seasons on track too. So to think, well, the Kings might not get their first win till Charlotte. Why the hell you think they're going to get against Charlotte? Why you think they're going to get against Orlando? Those teams are fighting too.
Yeah.
But 3 games into the season, we ain't seen De'Aaron mail nothing in.
No.
We ain't seen De'Aaron's investment be questioned.
Right.
And I think part of that is because I don't think it's just young and it's new. I think they're, to go back to the line from yesterday, everybody's all in. Like, they've bought in. They know what time it is. I think the same is true for Harrison Barnes. Everybody knows what time it is, and they're all working for something, and they believe they can collectively achieve something. And I think that can change the mindset for someone like De'Aaron Fox.
Well said, man. Well said. And I think he's going to be ready to go tonight. I think he's going to play well tonight. And I also think that something that we've been looking from, to see from him in the last couple of years, I feel like he senses the urgency of a win tonight. One of the things we want to see from De'Aaron Fox as the leader of this franchise, as the leader of this team, is there's going to be some times when maybe you're in a losing streak or, something like that. If you saw Miami in Portland last night, I feel like we saw that from Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler was like, all right, we need a win.
Yeah.
We need a win. I'm going to turn this up a little bit because we can't lose another game like we've been losing. They turned up and they went to work on Portland.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying the Kings are going to go to work on Memphis, but I think a sense of urgency from De'Aaron Fox is what is going to come out tonight. I think it's going to be, all right, man. We went 0-3. We're at home. We don't want to drop to 0-4. Let me turn up a little bit. I'm going to turn it up on the defensive end. I'm going to be aggressive on the offensive end. Enforce his presence on this game. I think you see that tonight.
Okay. We'll talk more about this game. I want to talk more about Davion. Particularly, I want to talk about that second unit with the Sacramento Kings, and we'll do that. And we'll dive back. We'll dive into the NBA too. You mentioned the Portland game last night. We'll talk about that and what Miami's got going on before they get here on Saturday afternoon. The Lakers fall to 0-4. We got all that coming up. And by the way, the best player in the world right now is pretty clear. And I don't know that this dude hasn't been the best player in the world for about 4 or 5 years, but we'll talk about what he did last night. When D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Damn, this is going to be crazy forever. According to Jennifer Lee Chan, 56% of the tickets at SoFi this weekend are already sold to 49ers fans and is expected to go up.
Oh, man.
That,
SoFi.
the Rams need a visitor section.
That's funny. That's funny.
No,
Yeah.
Steph has mine. Steph has? Giannis has yours. Yeah, Steph has the belt right now.
I mean, he's worthy. Diesel walked into the garden and power bombed him.
He beat Bret Hart real quick.
Mm-hmm. That was one of Owen Hart's greatest performances.
That was phenomenal.
Mom, throwing the towel. That's my brother. That's my brother.
Woo! Woo!
So good. Yeah. It's so bad. Mm-mm.
I haven't either. That was a great thing.
Like, who wants to, like, WrestleMania season 1? What? What? No. What are you talking about? Oh, no, I didn't. So they tried to bring it. I mean, they talked about bringing him back before. Like, I think Punk even acknowledged that. Right. They had talked, but it didn't go anywhere. That's probably why Tony Khan is like, yeah, it's a 2-year non-compete. Sorry, y'all. I'm starving. I don't mean to be jumping in your ears.
Punk is. So I've already established I'm not a big Punk guy, but Punk is only good for the initial comeback.
I don't think this AEW thing was entirely his fault, though.
He's a shock wrestler at this point. Doesn't mean he's not talented, but he gets in his own way.
Wow.
Like I don't feel like he'd ever. This is always my comparison. He'd never do what Seth Rollins has done. Seth Rollins went from the top and then just kind of worked for the last few years.
Yeah. I think the trouble has really kind of shielded everybody from what the real problem is. Dude's gotten hurt in like 2 of his last 3 matches, like really hurt.
There's that too.
I mean, that's tough. I don't. Punk's older.
He is older,
and he stopped wrestling. It's not like Jericho.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jericho's older than Punk, but he kept wrestling.
Right.
Like he never stopped. So his body, he knows how to take care of his body to wrestle.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Punk knows how to do that. Like training for UFC is not the same as training for wrestling.
Right.
So I think that's the real problem is you got to put him on a Brock Lesnar schedule where he just wrestles every once in a while. He's kind of at that stage in his career. And I think when you get to a certain age, that's what you should be doing anyways.
Right.
Just wrestle once in a while.
Because the bumps only get harder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He just really does come across like such a unhappy asshole. Sometimes I wonder if that's me.
You're not punk.
See, I got Kenny to pop right before the commercial break ended. Am I the CM Punk of radio? Not in a good way. Not in a good way. Actually, let's do this real quick, KC.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The ceiling is the roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Whether you're looking to get that old roof replaced, or you're looking to add some solar, you're looking to add an electric vehicle charger, ACR Solar and Roofing can do it for you. Again, call John and his crew over at 916-481-7200. Man, this is easy. Giannis Antetokounmpo dropped 43, 14, and 5 last night. Giannis Antetokounmpo dropped 44 the last time the Bucks were on the court. Bucks beat the Nets last night, 110-99. He is bad.
That's my man's. That's my man's right there.
That's a bad dude,
That's
man.
my man's in there.
Did you I watched mostly the ESPN broadcast because our guy Mark Jones was over there.
Yep.
Did you catch any of the Stephen A simulcast?
Nah, man. I missed the whole broadcast. I had it in the background looking at it. What was Stephen A doing?
Well,
was it like first of all, I'm all for these things. I'm all for them.
I know you are. This is what you asked for.
This
So a
is-
lot of
yeah.
this is your fault. A lot of this is your fault.
What
Because
was he doing?
Kenny said, how can we take the Manning cast, apply it to everything, and make it substantially worse?
Well,
And thus Stephen
Manning
A's world
cast.
came out.
Manning Cast is what I really wanted was like the national championship game. That's what fathered this stuff. That's what birthed all this stuff.
Well, it
Well,
was
they
the
had the
mega
coaches,
cast, and they got
The coaches cam, the coaches corner, the influencers watch party.
boy, that's wild.
They had a lot of stuff going on. So what was Stephen A talking about? What was he doing? Was he by himself the whole time?
No, not the whole time. Jalen came in for a little bit. Like, I guess Jalen decided he wanted to eat dinner first. So like they threw Mike Wilbon in there, and Stephen A like tried to do play-by-play.
No, that's not what that's for.
And then like there was a really long stretch where he was just talking, like he was just talking out loud. Like there was no one there. And then they tried to do too much. Like they weren't talking about the game. They were trying to, I don't know, like, because when Jalen came in, I don't know if the blueprint is the Manning cast. And they were trying to, hey, E, let's break this play down right here. And they break the play down on the screen, but football stops a lot. Basketball doesn't. So Jalen gets up and goes, hey, can we run that back? And somebody clearly said, dude, no, like we can't. The game is live. So Jalen stands up and then the fourth wall breaks where Stephen A's like, oh, careful, the Gibbs behind you. That's one of the cameras.
Yeah.
And so he starts moving around to adjust to the camera. He's pointing to stuff we can't see. So something convinced me in this in the setup for Stephen A was pretty dope. Like they had stats on one side and like the screen with multiple little screens above it. I'm convinced Jalen was pointing at some sort of replay that was playing just for him. No one saw it. And so he's pointing at the screen and you look and you see Giannis do this. And then you see, so-and-so come over here. And meanwhile, what's happening in the game is happening in front of us. And Jalen is breaking down this fictitious replay that nobody watching on television is actually seeing. And
so Jalen ruined it.
Oh no, Stephen A doing play-by-play was quite something. That was something to hear.
See, that's the problem. See, this is
He
where
lost track of. I don't think he knew everybody who was on the floor.
I'm sure he doesn't know everybody that's on the floor. First of all, the man's working all the time. How could he ever watch Nets Bucks basketball to figure out who's on the floor? Second of all, they're losing the identity of what this is supposed to be about. This is supposed to, and I don't know who, how they'll let it happen, how they'll let it broadcast, what it's supposed to be, the whole TV minutia of it all. But it's supposed to be, if I tune into Stephen A, I want to see Stephen A just talking that talk. Just talking
Well,
that talk, like
Be
watch,
Stephen A.
watch. Yeah, well, even more so than that, I want to watch a game with Stephen A. Smith. See what
And
he
why
do.
anyone in the world would want to do that, I'm not sure. But
I
Kenny
want to
Caraway
watch. I
would.
want to watch Stephen, and we would, and I'd see him say, "Oh, Missy, there's the problem. I'd like to see him." That dude is scrub, bro.
They
That
got
dude is scrub.
but
He
he's
can't
not
say
going to do that on TV
exactly,
though.
exactly.
They got a bit called "Stay Off the Three" when they take a bad three. And you know when Stephen A. finds a catchphrase, he runs that bitch into the ground. And that's what he did last night.
What was it? Stay off the three.
Stay off the three. Because you know his bit about weed.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. Oh, Stephen A.
This wasn't it very crane car crashes. Like, go back. Like, yeah, I'm not suggesting anybody watch it, but you should see it.
Damn.
You should see what it was.
I mean,
Yeah, it was tough.
all right.
It was tough.
He's just trying to get it where he lives. He's just trying to get it where he
Y'all
lives.
don't realize what a big brother Darvin Ham is. What the hell does that have to do with anything? What are you talking about? Oh, Steven. Come on, man. Oh.
Yeah,
It
I
was tough.
mean,
It was tough.
I'll take the blame for it.
Yeah,
I
sure.
asked
Your
for this
fault.
stuff.
Yeah, you did.
I did. But the great thing about that is it's there. Now, if that was the main broadcast, yeah, we'd have a problem. But
if the other 22
hours,
hours a day that Stephen A. Smith is on television don't satisfy your thirst to watch Stephen A. Smith, then you can definitely catch Stephen A.'s World on those NBA broadcasts.
I'm seeing them right now. I mean, the outfit is what it is.
Yeah, he has like dress pants and a hoodie on. Was that his effort to relate to us? Like, because who dresses like that?
I mean, Stephen A's what, mid 50s, early 60s?
I'm gonna go late 50s.
Hey, you gonna dress how he dressed.
I'm gonna go late 50s.
I don't expect him to dress, even like us, so to speak. Let alone younger kids, but
the other charm of the Manning cast and some of these other setups is this was clearly in the studio. There's a great commercial with Joe and Troy I saw for the first time a couple of days ago with Peyton and Eli, where he's like, "Oh, great, they got their new Monday night broadcast team here. Hey, you guys do nice suits, guys. We're doing the show from our basement," or something like. There's a charm to doing it from home because it feels, it's different, right? It feels less formal. It feels more relaxed, which is what I think you want out of a broadcast like that.
Yeah.
And Stephen A. in this massive studio, clearly built for just this.
It looks nice
with the weird suit and hoodie. Hey, go casual up for this, Stephen A. Okay, I got you. I'm gonna go throw my it was an HBCU hoodie on. I don't know what he has on, but
I mean,
clacks in his pants.
All right, Stephen A. All right, man.
Put some joggers on with it, man. Put some Jordans on.
Put some joggers. You could have went with a whole sweatsuit.
Yeah, could have.
All right, man. Steve, it's the first episode. Work out some kinks. I'm still having faith in my man Stephen A. He's gonna bring it on home.
The one thing I'll respect about Stephen A. is he it's not fake. Like he lives that. I'm Stephen A. Smith. Like I met him the one time I met him was in Phoenix at the All-Star game, and he's walking down the street with his suit on, but it's unbuttoned. The wind's blowing a little bit, so his jacket's flying like he's got a cape on, and it's like flying back. And he walks big, and he's looking around, and and you come up to him, and he'll greet everybody with love and what's happening and the whole deal. So that's the greatest thing I respect about him is it's not an act.
No,
like that's Stephen A.
I met him one time before. Very nice.
Yeah,
very nice. Stephen A. was like very nice and accommodating. And while he, I don't know if you have the same experience, but like while everything you said is true, like he lives that Stephen A. lifestyle. He's big. He never makes. I didn't see him make anyone feel small.
No,
or feel unwelcome.
No, not at all.
He was like accommodating to everybody that came up, respectful, humble. To a certain degree to everybody that came up. He was really cool.
He walks big. Like, you know, how some people just kind of
Mhm.
walk along. No, not Stephen A. If you didn't know who Stephen A was, you'd still look like,
Yeah.
who? Why that man walking down the street like that? Stephen A. Smith. Yeah, that was it. And we saw him coming from. We saw him from like down the street. Like, that's Stephen A. Like, what? Our first was like, where is he going? Why is he walking like that? Oh, that's just how Stephen A. walks. That's just how Stephen A. walks, man. But it was interesting. Jared said he got a Vince McMahon walk. It's not as over exaggerated as Vince McMahon's like television walk.
Yeah.
But it is something you could easily poke fun of because again, it's very, very big. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Kings and Grizzlies tonight at the Golden One Center. A couple of other NBA notes. We mentioned that the Bucks on the big shoulders of Giannis Antetokounmpo got the job done against the Brooklyn Nets. Refresh my memory, please. How much time did Ben Simmons miss?
A whole year.
A year.
Mhm.
Singular?
A whole season.
The exact number I think is like 470 days.
So yeah, it's like a year and a half, I guess, like technically days wise. Because he played
season wise.
He played in game 7
Yeah.
of the semifinals.
Yep.
And he did not play his first game until this year. He hadn't played since then.
Does that quantify as missing 2 years of basketball?
No, I'm missing a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Because
Yeah.
Kyrie told me he missed 2 years. So I'm just asking.
I didn't hear that.
Kyrie told me leave him alone. He hasn't played basketball in 2 years. And it was one of those moments where I stared off into the sky and started counting, and it was like, man, where the hell is the time gone? D-Lo and Casey been on the air for 2 years. Has Ben Simmons never played basketball while we're on the air?
Oh man.
He went to that Donda Academy before it shut
Oh
down.
no, damn, down the academy. We hardly knew you.
He went to the school Donda Academy. RIP lost the buried alive match. Strangely enough, they lost the buried alive match against Kanye West.
Kanye out here apologizing now.
Oh, he's saying sorry?
Yeah. You see that?
I didn't see
He
it.
apologizing now. Like
To who?
to the Jewish community. for he apologizing to the Jewish community for, you know, the hurtful things, the things that they may have been hurt by. And if he hurt anybody in what he said.
So he hit you with the I'm sorry if I?
He was trying to be very sincere with it. I'm not giving him any.
Did he apologize to black people?
That's what I'm getting at right now. He apologizing now.
Boy,
He didn't apologize when he hurt people before.
I hope everybody can understand how, like, I know everyone has having a good laugh at Kanye blowing up his entire life right now, but y'all realize he's been trashing black people for like a year.
Bruh.
Like he
just
talked
did it
about
a month ago.
slavery is a choice a couple of years ago.
Right.
Adidas ain't have nothing to say about that.
Adidas didn't have nothing to say. And once
Donda
again,
Academy got up and running. Aaron Donald was good with it. Jaylen Brown was good with it.
Kanye didn't have nothing to say. And now all of a sudden,
Y'all kept putting him on. Y'all kept putting him on TV shows. Y'all kept putting him on podcasts. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, he did apologize today, and I don't give a damn.
Yeah, Kanye's apology can kiss every inch of my ass.
Just like Brett Favre can.
You know, Brett Favre should be in jail.
You should.
I don't
Lock
know
him
if
up.
we've mentioned that recently. Brett Favre should be serving time in prison. They got two guys who allegedly cheated a fishing tournament by stuffing fish sticks into fish that they had caught, and they won $25,000. They're being charged with like grand larceny and like I don't know if it was animal cruelty or all sorts of just wild charges. And I'm thinking, man, if only Brett Favre had cheated fishing instead of cheating on black people, dude would be on trial right now.
Right now.
Lakers fell to 0-4 on a happier note.
Oof.
First 0-4 start for LeBron James since his rookie season.
Wow.
They missed the playoffs that year.
Do you think they're missing the playoffs this year?
The Lakers?
Yeah. I'll say postseason.
I don't feel
let's
like it.
say
I don't feel like this is a good basketball team, but I'm still willing to wait to see how this shakes out.
I think they make the play-in.
Because I'm not going to sit up here and tell you I think the Lakers are missing the playoffs at 0-4, but I think the Kings can make it at 0-4.
But you know what though? It's funny you say that because I think he said something earlier to that respect. They're 0-4. Like watching the Lakers play, it looks like, well, how are they going to get better? You know what I mean? Like you look at the Kings, like, okay, maybe they can, they'll have nights where they can shoot the 3-point shot. So they'll have nights where they're locked in on 3. They can play a little better defense.
Yeah.
Maybe they hit 85% from the free throw line, in a game. Like you can see where they can improve.
Mm-hmm.
LeBron ain't playing bad.
Yeah.
AD's not playing bad. Russ is going to be Russ. Like he's going to be who he is. He's going to put up 18 points or something like that when he plays.
And I feel bad for
all the not enough.
I feel bad for the Laker beat writers who had to write a story last night where they realistically couldn't blame it on Russell Westbrook. Because it's super easy for the Lakers to lose and then blame it on Russell Westbrook, but they couldn't do that last night.
That.
I'll say this though, not trying to stall the Lakers out or okay Lake Show anybody.
Okay, Lake Show.
What did he say yesterday, Jesse? What did he say yesterday?
I love LA. But see, we should tell the whole story. I'm about one day away from not having to impersonate Doc Rivers. I'm just gonna sound like him. I watched damn near all of that game last night. I thought the Lakers played significantly better than they had played in any game I've seen this year. And I haven't watched all three of them, all three of the other games.
Yeah.
But I have, I think, watched pieces of all three of them and certainly have watched them in entirety before. I thought that was one of their best defensive outings. I mentioned Anthony Davis didn't look clumsy to me. LeBron was okay. Yeah, he was okay yesterday.
Yeah.
I just don't think the talent is there. That's the thing about it. Like I don't know how far LeBron can get you. I don't know how far LeBron and Anthony Davis can get you. I don't think there's enough. I don't think there's enough talent on that roster.
Well, we all know what the Lakers need to do. They need to call Indiana now.
Okay, Chris Mannix. That's what I heard. Kenny Caraway Mannix here. Call him.
Did you see I saw another stat. Did you see Buddy Hield? This is positive. Buddy Hield mentioned shooting like 42% from 3.
Oh, I didn't know that. I think he led the team in scoring yesterday.
He did. Another loss for the Pacers.
Oh, that's a shame.
Another loss.
I heard.
What'd you hear?
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to start. I'm not going to do that. Start taking shots at those guys over there. I'm not going to do that. I had just heard they had winning players on their team now.
They got a bunch of stat dudes.
Maybe like the Lakers, they're just not good enough. That's my concern with the Lakers. Like, Darvin Ham he's not only a new coach to the Lakers, he's a new coach, period. That's the route that Rob Pelinka, that's the route Rob Pelinka decided to go. And the team's just not good enough.
They're not.
So I don't know how they dig themselves.
I do think they're good enough to make the play-in.
Yeah, I mean, and part of me feels like a lot of other stuff is gonna even out. We saw Portland get their first loss of the season last night. No shame in it; they lost to the Miami Heat. Yeah. But now I'm kind of interested. Do we start to see teams that were on these little mini runs to start the season? How does that start to shake out? Both for good and bad. For Utah's, San Antonio, Portland. For the Kings, for the Lakers, for teams that didn't start so hot, are they able to pick it up? Are they able to get anything going? Are they able to establish any momentum? Teams that are kind of here and there, like the Golden State Warriors, like at what point, over the course of the next couple of weeks, do they settle into what they're going to be for the next, probably month and a half, 2 months, and then we'll always see another shift around February. Where do those teams go from there? So it's still early, but it's hard to it's hard to envision some of these teams staying on the same course.
Yeah.
And I still don't see Portland winning at this clip moving forward.
Well, now you got.
Though I think they've played well.
They've played really well. But now you got the situation where, much like Phoenix, Dallas, you're one rolled ankle or calf strain away from a tough situation. And now Dame Lillard, with the calf strain, you know how I feel about them things.
Boy, yeah.
So hopefully he's not hurt for too long. I don't want that to happen, but that's something that you got to monitor. And if he's not there,
you got to monitor those closely.
That's tough right there.
And calf strain is so generic too. Like, what exactly does that mean? Because the calf strain kept KD out for a little while. I mean, it's kept a variety of players out for a little while, but
it's a different part of the body. But didn't Woj report today that DeLon Wright's out for like 6 to 8 weeks with a hamstring strain?
Right. Yeah.
So hopefully Dame's is a day or two, but that's the thing with
hamstring is painful. Yeah, calf is scary.
Yes, like you don't want to do you don't want to do nothing if your calf is bothering you.
Yeah, if I'm Dame, I'm hopping. Just I'm get somebody grab Paul Pierce's wheelchair, send it over to Dame Lillard, and just let him keep his foot elevated.
If I'm Dame, I'm like, I don't know when I'm playing again. I don't know. You don't want no problems.
How long do I need to be out before we're in the Victor Wembanyama conversation? Because I'm willing to do it. I take one for the team here. Take one for the team.
Yeah. So I think the league is, it's going to start rounding into shape for the most part. There's going to be teams that, pick it up as we go along. I saw something last night. I think it was. Let me see. Where is it at? Oh, there it is, where they talked about, it was just a reminder. It was from StatMuse. We're cool with StatMuse again. They got jumped, but we're good now.
Yeah, they got the hell beat out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got that. Kings fans got them good. Rightfully so.
But they put out something and they said a reminder that these teams made the playoffs last season despite slow starts. Celtics started at 2-5.
Mm-hmm.
Pelicans started at 1-12.
Mm-hmm.
Hawks started at 4-9. I forgot that. They did start really, really slow. And the Timberwolves,
I actually thought it was worse than that.
Felt like it.
I thought Atlanta was worse than that.
Timberwolves started 4-9 to start the season.
Mm-hmm.
So, none of that is 0-4 or nothing like that. But
yeah, I mean, that's 9 more games in most of those cases than what we're talking about right now. So
it's conceivable that, and we'll bring this back to the Kings. It's conceivable they start 4-9.
Yeah, it's conceivable they start 9-4.
It is.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
We'll talk. A couple of notes on tonight's games, by the way, because I do think they're important, even for the Kings. Brooklyn, second night of a back-to-back. They got Dallas tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Clippers and Thunder. Miami, Kings opponent on Saturday afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
3:00 for some reason. Miami's second night of a back-to-back. They got the Warriors tonight.
Yeah.
And then of course it's the Kings and the Grizzlies. Those are the 4 games on the NBA slate tonight, along with Ravens Bucks. Get your picks in, D'Lo and KC Pick'em League. Yeah, Ravens Bucks tonight on Amazon Prime.
No, on ESPN 1320.
And on ESPN. Yeah, that's
call.
right. Thank you. Company man, Jesse, right there. It's company man. It's on ESPN 1320.
He's a real man's man.
Who needs Amazon Prime when you got ESPN 1320? That should be our slogan.
I like that.
D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. Who needs Amazon Prime when you got ESPN?
You'll be listening on your way, huh?
Will it be on? I mean, yeah, actually, it probably won't be on by the time. I guess pregame will be there on my way to the arena.
Listen to Jim Gray.
Guess I'll be missing that. Strongly encourage you to listen, though. 13:20 a.m. That's just one eye. Did we ever find out why he's buddy with Brady?
No, that's just his boy. That's just his boy.
Weird.
So I went through this thread of Adrian Broner clips, the boxer. Adrian's just he's an idiot, but he says some wild stuff. So one time, Jim Gray was interviewing him after a fight, and he's like, "Adrian, what do you do now? In your last 7 fights, You're 3-3-1. Like, what do you do now? And Adrian goes, well, I ain't worried about all that. If I was fighting against you, I'd be 7-0.
That's funny. I don't know why everybody wants to beat up Jim Gray. We'll come back. Olivia Christian's going to join us. I got to be honest. I haven't checked on Olivia since the Yankees lost. I don't know how she's taking it.
Damn.
We'll talk to Olivia about
Aaron Judge coming home, man. That's what the streets are saying. You coming home, baby.
Did you do TV last night?
I did. Shout out to our girl Laura over at CBS 13. She's a big fan of the show. You know what I mean? She had me on to talk about this Aaron Judge San Francisco thing, man.
I love it.
She even went down to Linden, talked to some of the locals.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
Linden.
Yeah.
That's dedication.
It is.
That's Nipsey Hussle type dedication right there.
I think I don't want to get myself hyped up, man.
You're too late. You got this stupid ass smile on your face right now. You got this stupid ass grin.
I think he might be coming home.
All right.
I think he might be coming home. They think he's coming home in New York too. I heard somebody in New York talking about I think he's going home.
Olivia Christian in the green room. I can see her flipping you off. We'll talk to her next when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Let me use the restroom real quick.
Chester, I saw your message tonight. I can't, for some reason, find it. Yeah, Chester, I'll see you tonight. I'll be there. Chester. I'll be there so everybody can say, hey, D'Lo, where's Kenny? What?
D'Lo, where's Kenny?
Yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Like, we'll set the over-under. What's the over-under?
Bro, we're going way under.
3.5? Oh, that's over, dog. Over. Yeah, I'm over. That's 3.5 before the game even starts.
It's gonna be under, man.
6.5. Okay, the over/under for the amount of people who ask where's KC is 6.5.
Under.
Olivia, you taking the over/under? You look very nice today, by the way.
Thank you.
You taking the over or under?
Under.
Oh man, y'all are losing. Jesse, over/under.
I honestly don't really know how to bet.
Give me the over. If it
Yeah,
happens that much,
there
give me
you
the
go.
over.
Attaboy. That's it.
Like over what?
The amount of the amount of people who ask me tonight at the Kings game, where's Kenny? Where's KC? Where's your boy? Where's your partner? Anything that alludes to KC, will it happen 6 times or more? 6.5 times or more, which means will it happen 6 or will it happen 7? Or more or less.
What if I just want to say 6?
Then that's under because the number is 6.5. So you're taking
Oh,
the
and a
under.
half. Okay.
Yeah, so you're taking the under. And you're going to
Yeah,
lose. Only
I don't
person
do
who's
any-
winning is Jesse.
Where are you going? Where all this is going to be happening? A concert?
The Kings and Grizzlies.
Oh.
See? Jill Adge just texted me over. Like Jill Adge is taking the over. If Jill Adge is taking the over, you better take the over.
Well, is the prize the sweatshirt that Kenny's wearing today? Because that's what I want.
What's that?
Is the prize the sweatshirt that Kenny is wearing? Because that's what I want. The one with your 2 faces on it.
You really want this is the most Ramsey message in history. Jesus Christ, Ramsey. I can get you one of the if you want a hoodie with our face on it, I can get you a hoodie because I got permission from Chiron that has you slicing off our arms. We could put that on. Well, it's not yet, but I started work on those last night.
Oh wow.
So if you want one that actually has you on it, well, in comic book form, we could get that. Of course, if as long as you're comfortable walking around with a hoodie that has you stringing along 2 men in chains with their arms cut off.
I mean, I do live in downtown LA, so it won't hurt.
Yeah, it won't hurt, indeed.
And that was an amazing depiction. That all of that work was just so incredible.
So good. It was so good. I got the Chiron. This is it. The Chiron collection is coming. Taurus Comics is on the way. I'm not all of them, but I'm putting them together. The Super Friends one. There's a sand colored Super Friends one, kind of like the color of this. Like the color of this that came out really, really well.
What are you going to use for the color for the other one? The one where I'm walking with you guys.
Let me. Oh, I don't think I haven't put that on. I haven't put that one on yet. There's a Daredevil one of. I think I wanted to make sure you liked the idea before I did it. There's a Daredevil one of me and Kenny where we're wearing red. That looks good on red and black. There's one of me, Kenny, and Jesse that looks really, really good on pink. And I'll do the other one this weekend.
Maybach. Oh,
hi, Kenny Casey Caraway.
what's going on with you, homegirl?
I don't know why I love saying your name so much. Every time I see you, I'm like, hey, I got to say the whole thing. I love it.
It's all good. It's all good.
I was just talking about how much I want the sweatshirt that you're wearing.
Oh,
I've seen it before, but I just want it.
Original.
Yeah, that is original. That was one of the first pieces that went up.
Yeah, man.
I like it.
That's probably even on the original Gildan hoodie or the Gildan sweatshirt.
That is.
Oh, it is. Yeah. That was before we were like, hey, let's take this off just in case. Let's get rid of that logo.
I was wearing the D-Lo and Casey-ish t-shirt out and about town. And a guy stopped me. He was like, oh, I love them. And I was like, you do? Oh my gosh. They're in Sacramento. He's like, oh, I thought that said Blackish. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
I'm like, the letters clearly don't spell out Blackish, but
just let us take the win. Yeah.
But then I went ahead and told him about the show, and he was like, got it. I'll be watching.
That's tuned in once.
That's how people describe me to their friend. He's Blackish. Yeah.
Oh.
Olivia sounds Canadian. What? Olivia does not.
I can sing the Canadian national anthem and the entire thing if anybody wants it.
Why can you do that?
Break.
Did I tell you guys I got held up in customs?
Twice.
I did.
Yeah.
Twice. I haven't heard it, Kenny.
You haven't told the story on the air if it makes you feel better.
No, I was traumatizing.
Okay.
I thought I was stuck.
All right. Kenny, okay, just to be clear, you didn't think you were going to make it back from Jamaica or into Jamaica? Yeah, them customs folks are no joke.
It was ridiculous. The person in front of me, they didn't give them no kind of flack. They needed all kind of papers from me.
Did you have a D-Lo and Casey hoodie when you were traveling?
I did.
No.
That's what I was thinking.
No. Well, come on, man. You got to be careful when you associate with me. It's bad news at customs, apparently. Bad news at customs. Olivia Christian hosted the game last night, and the game last night cap available on your favorite social media channels. Oh, how you doing, man?
I'm a little depressed.
Your squad lost to a better team, so it's okay. So, okay, real question. You're a Yankees fan. They
brought the brooms out.
Yeah, they got their crap beat out of them. I'm sorry. Like you know what it is. They did. You're a baseball nut. So are you locked in tomorrow? Are you
no,
still in the world? No.
I don't even know what baseball is.
Baseball's
I don't
over?
know.
Okay. All right.
I don't even know.
You and Kenny are in fact brother and sister.
Yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Ain't nothing going on.
It's weird though. Baseball's the only sport that I'm like that. When my team is out, I'm out. I don't care. It doesn't exist anymore. I've moved on to fully dive into the basketball season, the football season. But I was really regretting going up against Houston because they just have our number and they have had it for a number of years. I wanted to at least make it a little competitive. When one, it was just depressing and humiliating, and all the rain delays did not. It just it was the worst.
Now I will ask you this. I'm not into the moral victories or they beat us, so much love to them. I wish you the best. That's not me. However, Olivia, they are managed by Dusty Baker. Is there a part of you, just a little bit, that says, all right, I do want Dusty to get one?
Definitely. Okay. I'm not going to watch any of the games, none of them. But I want, when I go on the ESPN or something, when I get a news report, I go on Twitter, I want to see that Dusty has a ring. I will always go for a manager, a GM, a quarterback, whoever is in a role that's African-American, a role where they said that you can't do it. You don't have the capacity. You don't have the intelligence, or they just don't make space. They don't ever hire you. I'm going to be rooting for them. So Dusty, I love. I wish him all the success in the world, but at the same time, if he doesn't get it, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me.
Wow, who needs the man when you got Olivia Christian to hold you down? Not to be a smart ass. Isn't Dusty the only one involved in this entire series? Didn't I read an article that there isn't a single black player? There isn't a single black player.
Probably not. I'm trying to
think. Like, I mean, I don't know baseball managing staffs everywhere.
So what staff is looking like,
but in terms of prominence, like I don't know. Maybe the equipment guy is black, but like in terms of prominence,
the players
aren't.
Yeah, they're either Latin or white.
It's Dusty.
That's crazy.
Dusty repping for the whole culture.
He got the whole culture on his back.
He's like, I'm doing this one for the culture. That's what the speech needs to be. If he gets that trophy, the speech needs to be, I did it for the culture.
Hey man, if Dusty don't win a World Series this time, I might shed a little tear, man. That's my boy.
If Dusty wins a World Series, you might shed a little tear.
Maybe. That's my boy Dusty, man. He deserves it, man. He's been so good since 93. Since 1993. All his teams are good all the time. And he still is looking for that one World Series.
Yeah, well, that's kind of how I feel about Dave Roberts. I'm not a big Dodgers fan. I know from the Bay, like who goes for the Dodgers, but Dave Roberts is a black manager. I'm going to go for the Dodgers to, however far they can get in the run-up. We all thought that they all said they were going to be in the World Series. So like, shocker, you're not. But that's part of the reason that I will check out a Dodgers game is because I want to see Dave Roberts succeed. Until we get to a point where that's not a problem anymore, where we see more black managers and GMs and even more black players, African-American black players. There are a ton of black Latinos, which is awesome. But until we see that, I will be pointing out those folks and wishing, from the bleacher seats or from just my Twitter feed that they get a ring. But if it's not the Yankees, forget it. And the Yankees don't have a great history of
Casey's face the whole time you were talking about the Dodgers was such a victory for this show.
I mean, my face was basically saying that's where I draw the line.
For those that were watching, I strongly encourage you to scroll back and just look at Kenny's face as Olivia's talking about the Dodgers. If you're not watching, if you're listening, we appreciate you wherever you are. Go to YouTube and watch it later. I mean, it's worth it.
I wish Dave Roberts well in his next job.
No.
Whenever that is. I ain't saying he getting fired this offseason. I'm just saying when his next job, I'll be rooting for him.
I think he just re-signed for, I think he's up like 2025. He just re-upped another
Rob
2 years.
Pelinka running the Dodgers?
They got computers and robots running the Dodgers, so it could be the same thing anyway.
Good point.
Olivia.
Yeah.
I don't mean to pile on.
You do.
Season is over. That's already tough enough. But what do you think is going to happen to that man 99? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think he's actually about to leave the New York Yankees and come home? Got me like Chappelle right now when he was Rick James. Come home to the Giants.
I do. I just have this feeling. I have no insight, right? I don't know anybody in the organization. There hasn't been any news that popped up. I'm like, I just have this gut feeling because of that sweep. That's why I'm just like, I feel like some stuff is going to happen. Things are going to break away, and Aaron Judge is going to be part of that. Which is great to have him in the Bay, but I'm still going to be a Yankees fan. I hope he does well, but
I'm still like the Yankees
sound
too.
like you meant it.
I'm going to root for the, hometown heroes or nearish hometown.
Sacramento's home. Sacramento's home, Aaron Judge.
Right. So it's like, I want him to do well, but when he plays the Yankees, I will be going for the Yankees. That's just the thing.
That's cool. There's nothing wrong with that.
But I am super depressed about
he was
that.
Born in Sacramento, by the way. Born in Sacramento.
So we get to claim him then.
If Brooklyn claims Michael Jordan, then we get to claim.
So that's always confused me. So Michael Jordan was born in Brooklyn. Did they just immediately drive to North Carolina?
That's what it feels like.
Okay.
They're like, we can handle this.
All right, we got him. Just
We got
throw him in the station wagon.
You
Let's
know,
go.
That's like what's his name was born in Akron, I think, or Ohio, or maybe Cleveland. Steph
was born in Akron. If that's true, that's
Akron.
wild.
I think he was born in Akron. Yeah.
I think the story
Akron,
goes,
Ohio.
Yeah, I think he was born in the same hospital as LeBron.
Oh, that's wild. That's a Hall of Fame hospital right there. That's an amazing
I need to
hospital.
take BB over there.
Yeah.
It's like going to a restaurant. Going to a restaurant and they have all the photos of the people that have come in and that hospital. They're like, this is where Steph was born. This is where these are.
The rooms are like
heroes.
sealed off now. Like you can't give birth in those rooms anymore. So, Kitty's gonna be doing the show live from the Akron Inn just to try to get into the hospital.
The Akron Inn, the Easy 8 Motel in Akron.
That's amazing.
Wow.
That is amazing. Olivia, last time we talked, the Kings had just played their first game against the Portland Trailblazers. We've seen them a couple of times since. Kings are looking for their first win tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies. What's your early assessment of the Sacramento Kings so far?
I feel like the Kings they really need to get the win tonight. There's obviously the record right now is terrible, but more than just like, oh, it's a loss here, a loss there. Starting a season 0-5 is just emotionally detrimental. You just start kind of sinking into that feeling of like, I don't know when we're going to win. And your confidence, the body language changes. I really think they got to win tonight, especially if it's close. I don't know what's worse, getting blown out or losing by 3 when you could have made free throws and won the game. I don't know what's worse. I think when it's close, I think I'd be more mad at the fact that they're losing by 5 or 3 and they're missing so many free throws. So tonight it's just like, do the fundamentals, stay in the game, stay focused. These big lapses and they're not doing too many things wrong. I should say that. I don't think they're doing so many things wrong, but we already know like luck is not on your side, Sacramento. So you have to be nearly perfect to pull out a win. And again, I just think emotionally they need that win tonight. It's going to be tough. The Grizzlies are tough. Jaw's got a ton of energy. He's going to be running around. He's like leading in scoring, leading in assists. Davion Mitchell's going to have his work cut out for him, but the whole team is. But I'm nervous for this because I think it's going to mean a lot. I think this game tonight is going to mean a lot to them.
To answer your question, I mean, getting blown out would be very demoralizing. Losing a close game would be frustrating. And that's a tough pill to swallow. But you could look at it as, man, like I said earlier, you're right there. You got some things you gotta clear up. You're playing some of the best teams in the league, and you got to get on that level. You get beat down tonight, that would be. You may have to rethink this whole thing. It would give you that type of feeling. You know what I mean? Like maybe they're nowhere near as good as we thought they were. So,
but like if you get beat down, it's kind of like, well, that was a one-off. Beat downs happen every now and then. We saw the Warriors get beat down in Phoenix the other night, just like a crazy turn of events. Halftime, I'm sure they wish they didn't have the third quarter scaries that they had. And I'm like, let's just keep rolling. But beat downs happen every now and then. It's just, it's a game of runs. But I feel like when you have a multiple close games where that you could have done one or two things different, like make a free throw, to me, that just feels worse. But that's just me.
But that's fixable, right? Like if you're just not good enough to compete, there ain't no fixing that. You know what I mean? Like it's like, all right, we lost. Well, let's make our free throws. Or, we had a lapse in a defensive lapse for half a quarter. We shore that up. We're good. That's the way I look at it, at least.
I wonder if the start to the Warriors game was the demoralizing part, because that was rough. The start, the comeback, the blow, the first blowout, and then the quarter of just getting your butt kicked, the straight quarter where you're even in terms of what you're doing that quarter, but you're not gaining any ground at all. And then the run at the end, maybe that's the one where, or maybe you pull a moral victory out of that. I'm not really sure. In fact, the team needs to win. This is we're Mike has already said this. Like, we're not looking for moral victories, but we are looking to assess the way that we're playing. If Mike Brown wasn't happy about a game where Portland scored 105 5 or whatever it was. He sure as hell ain't going to be happy about a game where Golden State scored 130.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think even with all that said, well, what you said, what we've been talking about for the past couple of minutes, I don't think there's much that could get me to change how I feel about the Kings right now. Even a loss, a close loss, a blowout loss, still early enough for me personally, where it's like, all right, you got time to turn this thing around. Margin of error maybe gets a little closer, a little tighter, but it's still early enough where I haven't hit the panic button yet. Even if they lose tonight, if they lose the 2 games this weekend, I'd still be like, all right, well, now you got your work cut out for you, but you still got an opportunity.
There's likely 2 things: how they lose, if they lose these next 2 games. But also, like, for me, it's really like there's a mentality that you go in with the season. There's so many moves that they made. They're being talked about in a certain way around the NBA where they're starting to feel that confidence. We got the right people in place. We got Mike Brown. And if you're still losing, it's super early in the season. I totally think they can turn things around. They're not getting blown out. These are close games. But I just feel like that momentum can quickly snowball, the negative momentum, or, you know, the emotional tax it is to get up and keep losing can quickly overwhelm players, quickly overwhelm a team. And again, now you're up, it's 0 wins, 10 losses. And it's, well, maybe next week it's still early. And we keep saying it's still early. And then it's not early anymore. And for somebody like Keegan Murray, who there's so many hopes on him, and De'Aaron Fox is doing as much as he can, it's just important for them to stay up and to think that it's Sabonis. It's his first season. He's getting knocked around like he'd never experienced when he was with the Pacers. He's getting that Sacramento Kings, you don't get any calls kind of treatment. Continuing to lose that way can be incredibly demoralizing. And I'm just afraid of that. Mike Brown is a happy coach. He's very positive. He's smiling. He's getting after it. So maybe he'll be able to coach them out of it. But my fear is that it can quickly turn into 0-10, 0-15, and we're like, what are we doing here?
Oh man, no. We're not even doing that. We're not getting there. That's crazy talk.
That would be.
That's Victor Wembanyama talk.
Absolutely.
That's like, just forget it. Just forget it.
Instead of breaking down like the game after the Kings play,
yeah,
we're gonna start breaking down Victor's game.
Yeah, we're gonna be breaking down Victor Wembanyama's games on NBA League Pass or NBA app or whatever it is.
Tonight's a game night. No, not the Kings. They're off tonight. Victor plays tonight, and we're here. We got Fran Fraschilla here to break it down for us.
What's the you talked about De'Aaron, and we kind of mentioned this earlier. I think that's one of the big positives about this. I think there are a lot of positives. It's a stretch of 3 games. I think there are a lot of positives in these 3 games, but there's always been questions about De'Aaron and his commitment, whether he gets disengaged and different things like that, whether he could turn it on. He's so locked in right now that it doesn't seem like he's phased at all. I mean, I know he wants to win, but it doesn't feel like he's phased by the fact that they've lost 3. Like, he's locked into this game tonight against Memphis.
Yeah, and he shouldn't be phased at this point. Again, I agree. It's early in the season. We shouldn't start doubting and getting fearful. That's just the way that I walk in the world. I'm nervous about that kind of stuff. But De'Aaron Fox is playing amazing basketball. My boyfriend is in Sacramento or is in San Francisco. Everybody knows that's where I'm from. We're big Warriors fans watching the game, and I'm loving all of it. Right, that game was amazing. And what he said, he was like, I didn't realize De'Aaron Fox was this good. We have no answer for him. He's too quick. And I'm like, this is what I've been saying. Like, people who aren't following the Kings don't see the individual talent that all of these players have, what they can do collectively, their individual strengths. But it won't matter if they don't get some win. So De'Aaron Fox, he's locked in. He's got folks around him. I think he's very confident and excited about Sabonis for this season. He's got Keegan Murray. He's got Mike Brown. There's a lot of reasons for him to feel confident, to feel good, to not be dismayed by this 0-3 start. But I do think, as the leader of the team still, he needs to finish these games. They all need to finish these games, get these wins, so he can continue to rely on those guys to do what they need to do. Because if it turns into, like, he's got to do it all, it's going to be a mess. He's as fast as he is, as good as he is at getting at the paint and opening up behind the perimeter, he's going to get worn down. And the other teams are going to pay close attention to him and not care about the rest of the team, because if they're not performing the way they're supposed to, they don't need to pay attention. And that, again, it steamrolls into this. So I want De'Aaron to stay happy, to stay confident, and his teammates who can play the role that they've been assigned and finish these games and make your free throws.
Please make your free throws.
Please.
Real quick,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, what are your thoughts on Harrison Barnes and the way he's played to start the season? Has he looked like somebody that looks about washed? Or is it another? It's 3 games. He's a veteran. He'll find his way to get back into this.
I feel like he looks like he's just there to do the job. Like you have those kind of jobs where you're like, I'm getting paid from this hour to this hour. I have a lunch break. I'm taking a lunch break. And when it's 5 o'clock, I'm out. Yeah. Harrison Barnes is an amazing player. I like his attitude. I mean, I prefer like an angry, demonstrative, get after it type, but he's just kind of a chill dude, which is fine. But I sense that, he's still trying to play his game, play within this system. And it's early in the season, so he hasn't shown, in my mind, a lot of personality on the court. He doesn't seem to, go the extra mile quite yet. I mean, here and there might be plays, but I don't feel like I'm getting a lot of energy from him. It does seem like when 5 o'clock is on the dot, it's like, I'm out. That kind of feeling, that air about him.
Man, Harrison Barnes is Fred Flintstone. That's a cold world, man. That's a cold world. Quick update on Dame Lillard. Shams just tweeted that Dame Lillard will be reevaluated in 1 to 2 weeks with that calf strain he suffered last night. So Dame Lillard, 1 to 2 weeks.
Get well soon, Dame.
With Keegan moving into the starting lineup, are you worried about what that does to the, quote, second unit?
I don't know if I'm worried about that, what it does to the second unit. I want him to do well. He seems to do well at everything. He plays within himself, makes good decisions.
Yes.
And I want him to have some success. I mean, that's the challenge. A lot of these players who make it to the NBA had so much success growing up, right? They're used to winning MVPs or even rings, or, getting called out as the top player coming out of the draft. And then to do that, to get to this place and then to experience loss can be hard. Again, luckily we're only 3 games into the season. I expect good things from him. I feel like he handles the expectation really well, because he's just even killed. It doesn't seem like he's emotionally up or down. He's just like, I'm out here to do my best and to put other people in a position to be successful. Now, the second team has just got to step in and don't become a liability. If you're not able to grow the lead, fine, but we can't risk running our starters rampant because we can't trust that you can hold, at least, stay within a certain margin of error. So if all of these role players can do what they've been asked to do, play within themselves, I think they're in a good position. And I think Keegan Murray will greatly benefit from that attitude from the second team coming in and supporting whatever they've done. It will do him well to feel like he can step off the court, step up, come in, come out, and it not kind of shift dramatically when he's not out there.
Yeah. Excited to see what he can do with the starting group for sure. Before you get out of here, Olivia, to bring it all the way back, Thomas Witt brings up a good point. He's 100% right about this. I forgot about this. He says, I'm pretty sure the Giants open up the season at Yankee Stadium next year. That's right, they do. That was the first time I thought the fix was in. When Major League Baseball stuck. What you put the Giants on there for opening day? Oh, because Aaron Judge is coming back.
That old Jaheim song, just in case.
Although the NBA tried that with the TNT tried that with the Knicks and the Jazz, and that didn't work out. That game got flexed out.
Whoops. Oh yeah. That's Kings Nets, isn't it? That's Kings Nets. Yes, indeed. Wow. Kings Nets live on TNT.
It'll be weird if he goes to the Giants, how he'll be received. I think Yankees fans will be kind of grateful for what he contributed, but they'll be drunken fans. They're going to be like, some of them will. I will be one of those.
Yeah.
But
did he win a series? He didn't win a series. Oh yeah, no, they're going to boo the crap out of him.
And he left.
Yeah, they're going to boo the crap out of him.
You weren't tough enough to hang around, Judge.
Well,
You
there will be in
like
sports
the Martin
media.
sisters when you do that.
Were they Pam and Selma or something like that?
I have no idea what their names are. I haven't watched The Simpsons in like 25 years. I have
Same.
no idea. Olivia Christian, the game last night cap available on your social media channels. The game last night available somewhere at some time.
Yes.
It'll be out there for you. We'll let you know as soon as that drops. Olivia, we appreciate you as always. Sara Hodges joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Maybe I go.
I wish I could string together like 3 sentences without my voice just going, "No, dog, you done. It's over. It's over."
It's a little weather change too.
No,
Is it
I
cold
think
there yet?
Kenny thinks we live in Antarctica.
It's
chilly.
It was hella cold this
Olivia,
morning.
it's chilly. It's not
Is it-
cold.
Is it 60s?
Like for the high?
Yeah.
No.
In the morning, it's like 50.
Well,
Yeah,
I've
it's-
started wearing a little sweater myself. Now that I've kind of adjusted to LA weather, I think it's been like 72 degrees, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, for sure. When I got home, I walked Sprout with a hoodie on. Yeah, it was
have you ever been to the restaurant Pangea or Pan? It's downtown. Burger
the
place
answer. The answer to me almost is always no.
or Bach. Have you heard of Bach? It's a chicken spot.
No.
No.
I haven't.
Okay, never mind then.
Oh,
Where's
I don't
that?
leave
Is
the
it
house.
downtown?
They're both downtown. A friend of mine owns them. Black guy, big sports fan.
Shoot me the info.
I will.
You
I'm
gotta
a-
go support Bach and what's the other one you say?
Pangea. It's like PA, like the
He
what
owns
the
them
world
both?
was like. PANGAEA.
Man, they're raging about the beers.
He
Great
owns both?
beers. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, shoot me the info.
It's cool.
All
check it
right,
out.
man, boy, they getting okay.
Yay. The guy is opening, they're opening up a Mexican place too pretty soon. I don't know the name of that, but
Okay.
Urban
Yeah, I
Roots.
gotta check out the home.
Man, this is, goodness gracious, love all over the place.
yeah, I think Urban Roots is like the name of the company, and then they own separate all these different restaurants. So
Connor, the only Elk Grove spots I know are Carl's Jr., Wendy's, National Proper's out there now.
Is that right?
Wingstop, yeah.
And wow.
Wingstop is out there. You know, at Wingstop, I had the chicken sandwich. That thing is bomb. I was surprised. Really, really good. But yeah, I don't eat enough in Elk Grove. When I do eat, I go into Sacramento.
I'm trying to. I got a little entertaining to do on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to make wings for them on the grill.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get those fried Oreos. I think you promised me those at the party, and they weren't there.
Well, I got you. Well, you did bring a bag of Oreos to the party, which was. I promise the next time you're here, I'll make you fried Oreos. I promise. I promise.
Did you eat those Oreos, or are they still in the cabinet?
They're probably. Oh no, I believe your nephew ate.
at his party.
I believe your nephew in his frat house ate them.
Good for Jackson. I'll see you guys. Have a great rest of your show.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Connor, you're right. You're right about this. That Chili's on Laguna, that's a good look. Ever since Chili's had a rebrand, and I guess they changed the people. I don't know what they do. The recipes are their burgers are crazy good. 2 for $22.
Yeah, that's a pretty good feeling.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good feeling. Dr. Davis is funny. Join Kenny Caraway and the CM Punk of radio.
They have a
Not good.
They have a chicken and waffle spot on Laguna that I want to check out.
I got to get out more. It really isn't. It really isn't. Anytime I and
Urban Roots sounds familiar. Where I think I followed him on Instagram or something like that. Urban Roots does sound familiar.
is that our street? Where is that
I think
at?
they said
Anybody
our
know?
street.
It's our street.
Somebody said something. One of those things are
Blocks?
on our street.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen it and maybe just didn't do nothing with it. I'm like suppressing a cough right now.
Oh,
so
no.
it's like
All
I don't
right.
know if I need to clear my. I don't know what's. I don't know.
Well,
what's
go
going
ahead.
on with
Do
me.
that. I'll start the 13th round right now.
No.
You know what it is?
It's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. False alarm. Everything's fine. Nothing to
Dr.
see
David,
here.
Dr. David, you see all that stuff
Yeah.
that's going on right now?
Yeah,
You still feel the
okay.
same way, Dr. David?
30 minutes. 30 minutes. And we'll get to the 13th round, available exclusively on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. I believe Sara Hodges is going to join us here shortly. I mentioned the Dame Lillard injury. I didn't mention the Jamar Chase one. So Dame Lillard's out. Dame Lillard will be reevaluated in the next week or two. Jamar Chase, I wanted to pull it back up because I didn't want to relay this wrong. Yeah, it's 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, he got hurt.
Man.
Was it I think it was last week. But he finished the game, but people were saying like he didn't look right or whatever. But
Yeah, he injured his hip against the Saints.
so that was 2 weeks ago then, because they played the Falcons last week, I think.
And he's out 4 to 6 weeks.
Wow.
It's a tough loss for Cincinnati, man. That is. That's a game changer.
He's
a game changer.
He is a game changer. He's one of the best wide receivers in the game. He's a playmaker.
Yeah.
And they're in a situation where they're kind of behind. I think they're tied for first, but they're playing catch up after their 0-2 start. And I think at one point they were 1-3. They're tied with Baltimore for first place. So they battled back to get to that point. But now, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Real quick, one more injury concern in the NFL. Deebo Samuel's not at practice again today.
Brutal. Let's bring in the lovely Sara Hodges.
Hey.
Sarah, boy, let me tell you something. We got on television after that Raider game on Sunday for an hour of sports talk, and Sarah has never been more like enthusiastic. Josh Jacobs, show me those tutties, baby. Let's go. She was as amped.
Show me those tutties.
I can't. She said that on television. She said that on. You should have heard the line that didn't make the air. I was like, hey, yo. Hey, yo.
I was trying to be slick with it, but then Damian Barling's out here calling me out. If you didn't hear me, now you know.
Oh yeah, we don't let anything slide. Like if I caught that, as soon as you said that, I was like, she said, "Show me them tutties on national television," and it worked.
You want to see that money?
That's hilarious.
Show me them tutties.
Show me them tutties.
Underdog, put that on a shirt.
Sara Hodges, ladies and gentlemen. Sara Hodges, CBS 13, and Raider fan who's feeling pretty good about where the Raiders are right now.
As she should.
I am feeling good. I'm a little bit concerned just because now we're just using and abusing, Josh, but I guess that's just the way it goes, right?
Josh is like, go ahead, because y'all got to pay me. And even on a franchise, which is almost certainly, if he shows out this year, what they're going to do, he's going to get a big. It's a single year contract, which sucks, but he's going to get a ton. I don't know the averages of of running back contracts anymore. I mean, that's probably 12 to 15 for 1 year. That's a decent amount of guaranteed money for him.
Absolutely.
And just his story, everything about Josh Jacobs, I love. He lived in the car with his dad, like. He's so humble, and just what he does for the kids out in Vegas. I just love the kid. I really do. And I want to see him make money. He deserves it. He's been literally carrying this team on his back, at least the past 3 games.
They, the Raiders also have a situation where I think I heard this correctly. I think they have the easiest remaining schedule in the league. If not, it's like top 3 or something like that. So, like I've been saying, Raider fans always think I'll be hating on. I ain't hating. They'll never come up when I say this. They have more than enough time and opportunity to get back into this playoff.
And talent.
And talent. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
They've got the talent to do so.
Yeah.
And I could see them absolutely going on a run towards the playoffs right now. They got it lined up for them.
We have to see. I mean, you were mentioning that Deebo Samuel was out with a hamstring. Devontae Adams hasn't been at practice the last few days with an illness, but I think that he'll be okay. An illness is something that you can work through, like Jordan with the flu. Just get out there. And
I don't know that that's one you can do anymore. You used to be able to work.
Yeah,
I don't know. That
if it's COVID, then yeah, obviously we got serious problems. But if it's not, if it's just the flu, then hopefully he'll be back. And still, though, that's not something that necessarily, I mean, for some people, but isn't necessarily going to linger like an injury will. We've seen what hamstrings can do to players. Look at Darren Waller.
Yeah,
I haven't even seen him in 2 years, I feel.
Wow.
So
I wonder if Darren Waller's absence actually helped Derek Carr a little bit this past week, because
who am I going to throw to? Who am I going to throw to?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. And I think I read y'all got Andy Dalton this week. I think Andy Dalton is the starting quarterback for the New Orleans Saints this week.
It's wild. Yeah, our defense needs that. But I think that we talked about it, and it's you just never know, going into New Orleans, what the Saints can do. I mean, those fans are crazy, but it should be a dub for us this Sunday. It's an early game, 10 a.m. I get to sit here, sip my coffee, and watch the game, which is rare. So,
Sarah, you seem like the type that has a lot of like myself. You got a lot of sugar in your coffee. It's
do I seem like that? What makes
it's like sugar? With you drink coffee with your sugar. That's what they say.
So I don't put sugar in my coffee, just to let you know. I do though douse it in some vanilla cream, so it's pretty much sugar. But I don't. But my dad, he's crazy with sugar. He'll put the vanilla creamer and sugar, and I'm like, how do you do that?
I do that.
You do that?
Kenny doesn't drink coffee. He drinks warm milkshakes. That's what he drinks.
That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, he drinks warm milkshakes with caffeine in it.
Honestly, as I get older, the sugar intake is, and it's not even because, I'm trying to be healthier. It's just I don't have the taste for it like I used to.
Yeah.
I feel like people who drink black coffee think they're better than everybody else.
Wait, I swear there was a meme of that. That's so true, though. I drink black coffee. Tony Lopez, my co-anchor, always gets on me. He's like, "Oh, just drink it black." I'm like, "Oh, it must be so easy. I can't drink black coffee. It's disgusting."
The guy with the guy with the sign have it?
Maybe I saw something like
that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was. The guy with the sign, I think, said, "Just because you drink your coffee black doesn't mean you're better than me."
I wish I could do it. I probably would lose 10 pounds if I did, but nah.
You had G1C tonight?
I'm at G1C for the earlies. I'm going live at 4, 6, and then we have high school football. So I'll be. They have to use my photog for high school football today, so I'll only get him to go to preview the game, and then I'll head back in the studio, have the highlights from the game, plus tonight's Thursday night showdown, and then high school. So we'll mix it up a little bit. Hopefully the Kings get their first win. I mean, dang.
How you feeling about the Kings so far? Obviously they're 0-3, but do you see promise with them in those
I really
games?
do. I really do. I see promise, but I also see just the mistakes that they're making are very fixable mistakes. I know everybody was so going hard on Harrison Barnes and just his mishaps, but it was just a little bit sloppy. And it's more what I like is that we're seeing them score a lot of points, which is a good thing, right? But if you don't play good defense, especially in the West, it's not going to work out. And you just saw bad passes. I'm not going to say that they're lazy, okay? I'm not going to say that, but I just feel like they could just put the pedal to the metal a little bit more.
Yeah.
Just bad passes, and I would love to say uncharacteristic but it's very kind of characteristic
Well, those are the things that they're trying to get rid of.
Exactly.
I'm sure. Keegan Murray obviously is going to start his first NBA game tonight. Didn't take long. One thing that we haven't spent a lot of time talking about, we did talk about it a little bit with James yesterday, is it felt like not only scoring, we often looked at box scores and go, Keegan off the bench really kind of carried that second unit, though. that's not really a fair story because you often see him play with a lot of starters. But one thing that Keegan was he was like a director on the floor for that second unit. And he certainly can be now, even though he's in the starting lineup. But are you concerned at all about the effect of moving Keegan Murray into the starting lineup will have on the second unit with TD and Davion Mitchell and Malik and the rest of that group?
Not really, because I think what the difference this year from years past is like the 6 through 11 looks good. And like they're actually great key players, like bench players this year. So I'm not worried about it. And anyways, like coach talked about, and he's like, everybody thinks, oh, like the starters are the ones who like get the job done. And it's not, it's the players who finish the first half and finish the game. And I don't see a problem. And I think you almost have to kind of switch up the rotation just to see, right? Mm-hmm. These are like all new players and this is a new coaching staff. And you're trying to kind of figure out, you know, what each player brings to the table at certain moments. So I guess we'll see, right? Like it's kind of one of those things where time will tell.
Yeah. Do you is there any more that De'Aaron Fox can do right now? I mean, it feels like he's doing everything he can to get this team a victory in these first 3 games. They haven't been able to do it up until this point, but he's been phenomenal, averaging 31 points a game, 7 assists. I think about 5 or 6 rebounds a night. I mean, he's been phenomenal. And he's going to need more of that going up against an MVP candidate in John Morant tonight.
Yeah. Second leading scorer in the NBA. And that brings me to like my point of what you're asking is like, I don't think that there's much more he can do on offense, but I think everybody, including De'Aaron, just needs to kind of lock in a little bit more on defense. And when you have the second leading scorer in the NBA coming to town and you're already 0-3, like you have to show big strides on defense. And just like, you know, I want to see these guys go after loose balls. You want to see them just like one thing I will say, like what I love about basketball, what my high school coach loved about me is just like the heart of it, right? Like you're going to battle until the death to make sure you get a loose ball, to make sure you get a rebound, like all of that. And you just want to see that out of this team. And you kind of have to, like, they're going to have to be that way, gritty, grind it out. And I think that's the only way that they get a win tonight is just defensively being on point, not making those mistakes, just being like loosey-goosey, throwing the ball, bad passes, like all of that has to go. Like you're playing in the NBA, everybody's really freaking good. So you have to match that and be greater.
That's how this Memphis team will win the game too.
Absolutely.
Is that gritty style. Like that's how their whole reputation is built on that.
Yeah.
And
even their dance moves.
Well done. Well done. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sara Hodges, CBS 13 with us. You feel good about the team overall? Kings?
I think so. I really do. I mean, we haven't really seen enough, like, right? 3 games really isn't enough. But what I've seen in those 3 games, I feel like they're making huge strides. Like, it's not like they got blown out by any of these teams. Yeah. And you've heard this say this about my Raiders too, but like, they're right there in it. You know, it's finishing at the charity stripe. It's, you know, not making bad passes. It's those, if you make your free throws, if you correct those mistakes, you win the game. So you're right there in it. So yeah, I mean, I think just fundamentally and all, they look better than last year. They have a more talent. Now I think it's just like implementing coaches, you know, game plan, just everybody buying in and getting on board. And I think everybody's buying in. It's just, you know, kind of getting that rhythm going. You know how it is. Like imagine having a new co-host, you know, just randomly thrown in. Exactly. Like you're just never going to have that. You're just not going to have that chemistry. Like it takes time. Unfortunately, the way that these games go, you don't have much time. Yeah. You really got to dial in and get to it and fast. If you want to make the playoffs, right?
Co-host every day.
Not at all. Not at all. This is how I'm doing radio, man. To the death. This is how I'm doing it right here.
I know, right? You're like big time and all that. That's what everybody's saying.
No, nah, man.
That's true.
KC, that's how I'm doing it to the death, man.
Same old Diddy to me. You feel me? Same old Diddy to me.
Let me ask you a tough question.
Oh gosh.
He's got the serious voice now.
Let me ask you a tough question.
Ask you the tough questions now. aside from Harrison Barnes, because we all know we're not happy with how he's playing. Is there anybody-
Y'all are terrible.
Well, we do. That's the obvious answer. I want to see who else you're looking to see step their game up. Is there anybody else that you want to see more out of them so far after these first 3 games?
Really everybody, but I would say like Sabonis probably a little bit more. He came in with like obviously like a lot of people were expecting to see an all-star, like we don't have that often here in Sacramento, like an all-star come to town and play. So you want to see a little bit more out of him.
That's a good one.
Think who else?
I mean,
yeah.
One I immediately thought about.
And that's just because what we projected out of him, right?
Yeah.
Like,
but he's capable. It's not like an outlandish projection, though.
Right.
Like we projected that stuff because we know how capable he is. We saw it in the preseason.
right.
The way the ball can move through him, and some of that may fall on Mike Brown too, and some of that might fall on De'Aaron Fox. But I think you got to utilize him a lot more, and I think when you utilize him a lot more, and you got those guys moving around the way that they were in the preseason, I think we see a lot more high percentage shots. I think we see a lot more shots in the restricted area.
Just
I would also
14 points a game. He's better than that.
Yeah, definitely better than that. I also would like to see more out of Rashawn Holmes, and partially just because I'm such a fan. He's such a fan. I'm a fan of Rashawn Holmes. I'm a fan of the heart that he has. Like, I feel like he has a lot of heart in this game, but I've seen him like struggle finishing. And this is just, nothing I've like read or any, this is just me like watching him like as a basketball fan. Like, I would like to he's so capable, and I would just like to see him finish a little bit more when he's at the rim. Just freaking embarrass people. Just bring the dog out. You know what I mean? He has the body, the athleticism to do it. So I would like to see a little bit more out of Rashawn, but partially because I'm just a huge fan and I want to see him stay here. Yeah. And I want to see him do well.
Well, we're going to let the wonderful people on CBS 13 see you, because we know you got to get yourself ready and get to the Golden One Center. So thank you as always, my friend. Oh, my. Wow, an official freeze. You froze.
Did I?
You froze, and it was official. You had an official freeze. I don't think we've ever frozen as we've said goodbye to somebody.
You guys are really excited about that.
The screenshot's going to be on the internet. Those are the rules.
Oh gosh,
that's just how it works.
I'm scared. Okay, fine. I don't care.
At least you had a fine face. Your face was fine.
Did I?
Crazy. You weren't like.
There have been some crazy ones.
Yeah,
there have been some crazy ones. But
all right. Well, I look forward to looking at it.
We appreciate you, Sarah. We'll see you in a bit.
I appreciate y'all. All right, cool. Are you guys gonna be at the game?
I'll be there answering questions about where Kenny is all night.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Okay, good. I'll make sure to ask you.
Because the over under 6.5.
Hey, that's that. Wait a minute. This is sabotage.
This is not sabotage.
You let the witness into asking you.
No, she said she was going to ask me.
Yeah,
that's what she said. I said good.
We're not counting Sarah.
It doesn't matter. She doesn't have to. We can not count her. The number's still going to be way over 6.5.
No, it's not.
Thanks, Sarah. I'll be checking in just to see.
Yeah, we'll give out that number tomorrow.
Thanks for having me on, and thanks for not 86ing me after I said Teddy's on live television.
Oh, this is the best part of the show. That was one of the funnest shows we've ever done together.
That really was. That was a fun show. We got to do it again.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks, Sarah.
Appreciate y'all. Be good.
Seriously, the Raiders beat the Texans, and Sarah was on like level 10.
How that is.
But that's all right, because that's what we were talking. Because that's literally what we talked all week about. Right. They got a bad schedule, or a schedule that's favorable to them. Take advantage of it. Y'all gonna be like, I'll be right back up there in a heartbeat.
Right there, right there. They're gonna be above 500 before you know it.
I think a war started over coffee during the. I was looking to see what's the chatty house talking about. They're talking about coffee still.
I don't even. I'm staying out of that one because I take my Keurig and my K-cups and my French vanilla creamer, and I've cut down my scoops of sugar. It's only 4 now.
Bro, that is crazy.
It's only 4.
In 1 cup of coffee?
That's the little scoop.
Bro,
it
that's
ain't like
crazy.
I'm taking a cup of sugar 4 times. It's
Bro, a
smooth.
in a single cup of coffee is wild.
It's a, what is it? I press the 8-ounce button, I guess. 8 ounces of coffee. What's a cup?
8 ounces.
That's 8 ounces?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But then you
It's
fill it with
almost
creamer. How light skinned is your
Looks like
like
you.
me? Brody, that ain't coffee. I'm gonna be honest with you. That ain't coffee right there.
Oh, man.
You know, we're going to be talking to Rich Hammond at the bottom of the hour about 49ers and Rams for the 47th time. But I want to mention one more thing about the Kings. You asked Sarah, or not one more thing. We'll talk more about the Kings. Matt George coming up in the final hour of the show. By the way, we mentioned yesterday, we didn't get to it, so I noted it for today. Those future
power rankings?
Yeah.
Ours? NFL?
I just booted those. Like I just kind of gave up on those. Like it's like the new week. The new week starts today. It's like, all right, if they weren't that important, just forget it. I meant the future power rankings from ESPN that we had kind of alluded to the other day. We'll touch on that. But you asked Sarah, outside of Harrison, who do you want to see step up? And I absolutely agree. Sabonis is part of that answer. I want to see Davion Mitchell too, and I really want to see it tonight.
Yeah,
because I think if Davion steps up tonight, that means Ja probably has a tough night. What he does might be balanced out by Davion on the offensive end. You know, to not on a 1-to-1 ratio,
right?
But balances out a little bit. And I think if Davion has a solid night tonight, the Kings are winning.
I could believe that,
because a lot of what we measure Davion doesn't even. If we could walk in tomorrow saying Davion had a great game and he doesn't take a single shot.
I would love that. I would love that. I was thinking about that today, where this is the first time he's taken on John Moran. This is I want to see him go up against Ja as far as Ja on offense, him on defense. I want to see what that looks like. Ja is fully capable of blowing by anybody in the world, so
yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised. But I mean, this is one of the best perimeter defenders in the league.
Davion didn't go against each other last year?
Well, not that I can think of. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Okay.
Because Ja didn't play Fox last year at all.
Damn.
I don't think. One of the games on the road, I think Fox. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody check that out.
It's fine. That's what we're looking forward to seeing tonight. And I mean, and just by the way, just spoiler alert for those who haven't been paying attention. Don't worry, we'll do the work for you. Like Desmond Bain scored 38 the other night. Like it's not. This isn't a one-stop shop offense. Like this team's got people who are capable of scoring. And Desmond Bain can score and rough you up.
Yeah, that's David Patrick's boy. Coach.
I saw that.
Patrick's boy.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so, gotta watch out. Who's gonna guard him? Somebody asked that earlier. I think you did.
Who's gonna guard Desmond?
I mean, that would be Harrison. You'd give him a crack at it, but is he up for the challenge?
I think he is. I don't think Harrison's never up for a challenge. Harrison's stuck in quicksand or something right now. Well, I guess if he was in quicksand, he'd be sinking, but he's stuck in something right now. Well, all right. All right. That felt harsh. We are Harrison Barnes fans. So
Absolutely. Absolutely. Harrison Barnes is, to me, he's much better than
what we've seen. Absolutely.
That's what makes it so upsetting. Like, no, you're a better ball player than this.
Well, I think that, even more upsetting is like if we've seen the ups and downs before. We talked about this last year, that 20 some odd points per game to start the season, you could find various 3-4 game stretches. And that's all they were. They were never really more than that. But you could find various 3 or 4 game stretches where he was averaging like 7 points per game. Like, how is this even the same player?
Right.
Part of my frustration isn't that I think Harrison Barnes is going to take 1 shot per game the rest of the season. Part of my frustration is I didn't want this to continue.
Right.
I wanted him 3 games in. No, I want Harrison to be dope. Like right now, I want everybody to be dope right now. Now it's going to take some time to play into this. If Harrison's got to get these, get these out of the way now, I'm all for it. But what I was hoping is that these types of games would be eliminated.
Yeah.
Davion has, in fact, not matched up with Ja Morant yet.
Did they? Because I felt like I never saw them play in the same game. I know one of the Grizzlies games last year, they might have played them 3 times. One of them was like a super COVID game. I think that's one of the games Doug Christie coached.
Ja missed the first 2, and then I don't think Davion played in the third that he played in.
Yeah, I don't feel like I should say this YouTube user's name. It just, I don't know. It feels.
Oh my god!
It just feels awkward. So I'll just say, thanks to TCG, yeah, Ja missed both games last year. All right, we'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk that power rankings thing as well, and we'll talk to Rich Hammond. It is the 49ers and the Rams again. This weekend.
Feeling like Andre 3000 singing, "Hey, ya."
You know the song, damn it. That's what I'm saying. Rich, we know the song. Come on, man. Let's sing it together. That's coming up next here. Matt George, final hour of the show here on ESPN 1320. All right, finally. Y'all can do your 13th round.
Yes. Oh, I'm on the wrong mouse. Don't leave. It's my fault. Could you make my earthquake? Oh, let me get 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. You know what it is, man. Shout out Ryan. Shout out my man Jovan. Shout out to my man Don is dope. Go check out everything that he got going on, man. He's killing it right now. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand. All the people showing love. You know what it is. This week in the world of boxing, we've got an interesting weekend because we have a fighter that at one point some people were saying was #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world who only took 1 loss, who's actually fighting this weekend, and I just found out yesterday. That's how down bad he is, right? Vasily Lomachenko fighting on ESPN, and I think he's on the Plus. He's not even on the real network. He's on ESPN Plus, going against somebody named Jermaine Ortiz, 12 rounds, lightweight bout. And I think Lomachenko is super talented, but the fact that nobody ever knows that you're fighting, that can't keep happening. You know, I think that's one of the reasons why he keeps talking about Tank Davis and, you know, all these other guys, because he knows he has a problem by himself being a marquee attraction. As good as he is, has nothing to do with his talent. Just people aren't really checking for him like that, and he needs a dance partner. So this week is a great example of that. But he's being dwarfed by, some would say, the biggest star in boxing, one of them, Jake Paul, going up against Anderson Silva in an 8-round cruiserweight fight. I'm going to take a look at this. I'm interested to see how it plays out because I don't really have a big problem with Jake Paul, but I think the clock is about to start getting closer to midnight with this guy, and it may start this weekend. But everything that he's doing, fighting the YouTubers or the football players and basketball players and stuff, that's almost up, and he's going to have to fight some real fighters, and I don't know if he's ready for that. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure he's not ready for that. But this week, he's got Anderson Silva. He's got a name. We'll see what he's able to do with that. And I'm predicting he wins that fight. So Silva wins, and obviously Lomachenko wins. And that's the 13th round. I said Silva. I meant Jake Paul. It's my fault. Oh no, you might be upset again. Yeah, they got to win one of them. Yeah. Jay Hardaway, you're 100% right. I remember when ESPN tried to erase that loss that he had. They put him up on the graphic, and they were like, at the time he hadn't lost to T.O., and they were like, undefeated Lomachenko. No, fam. Like, stop. That's the propaganda I don't be liking about boxing, bro. You lost. You have a loss on your record. A lot. Yeah. But Jay Hardaway and Dr. David got to know. I mean, all this information is coming out with Bud not really trying to negotiate for the fight. He's sounding crazy. My only thing with that is, you guys said it was Al Heyman and it was Errol Spence. It's clearly not them. Errol Spence said yesterday, he said, I'm not fighting Keith Thurman. Like, stop. I told you he hates Keith Thurman. He's not ever going to fight Keith Thurman. I don't care what Al wants. Like, he's never going to give Keith Thurman that opportunity. This was Bud. This was Bud and his people. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know. But crazy thing is Keith Thurman only got one loss. Yeah. They only lost to Pacquiao. He only lost the one. Cause you make my earthquake. I'm not a huge Tyler the Creator fan, but I love that song.
Oh, it's live, pal.
It's crazy, man. I don't think it's ever going to happen either.
Live on the Odyssey app. It's a great way to listen to us. You can listen to us through your smart speaker. You could say, hey, Alexa, play ESPN 1320. I think you could say, hey, Siri, play ESPN 1320. She might ask a few questions along the way, but I'm pretty sure you could do it.
Just play D'Lo and Casey.
That's it. Play Corners of the Culture, too, man. It's a really good podcast. I know I say that all the time. It's because it's true. I wouldn't lie to you. Like, if we put out a trash podcast, I'd be like, yo, go support the podcast. It's kind of trash, but go support it. Like, no, the podcast is dope. Like, it's really good. We had a great conversation with Jonathan Abrams, the author of The Come Up, the definitive oral history on the rise of hip hop. So go check that out. It's available wherever you get podcasts from. Just search Corners of the Culture. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the rate button. We'll do this. If I can remember to tweet this, I will, because, you know, nothing's real unless you put it on Twitter.
Yes, facts. Oh, did everybody? I tweeted along on Sunday. People say I don't tweet along during Niners loss. I'm tweeting along the whole time. Does that make it real? Did I really watch the game? Am I a real fan now?
Because you were stuck in the airport.
I was stuck in the airport.
Now, no one ever's questioned whether you were a real fan. They questioned whether you was ducking the heat by not tweeting.
Yeah, you know, I'm done.
Tweet the baby shower, Kenny. Tweet the baby shower.
I'm ducking the heat. Me, who keeps receipts for life. I'm ducking the heat. I ain't never afraid of the heat.
Told Kenny I got grudges older than Reese. That's how we roll here on D'Lo and Casey. We keep all the receipts. If you subscribe to Corners of the Culture, if you rate Corners of the Culture and you review Corners of the Culture, send us a screenshot of it. Tag at D'Lo and KC on Twitter, and we'll send you a personal discount code for Corners of the Culture merchandise over at DLOandKC.com.
That's love. I like that.
A 25% discount just for doing that.
I got to put my own order in.
How long you got that money? You can order it.
I need that. The Mob Deep joint.
And Mob Deep. Yeah, Don. You know, the Dope Ones really did his thing with this, that, and that was all his vision. That was 100% him. He was like, I got some ideas for Corners of the Culture merchandise. I was like, cool. And all of the classic album covers, those were all that was all his idea. And then this joint right here is one of my favorites. Yeah, with Cool Herc and
he did
with
that.
1520 Sedgwick. These are our new premium tees. These aren't These aren't the tri-blends. These are the premium teams. We got some good stuff over there, man. Like we love the, we you can get some cool stuff where you support us and all of that. But I mean, it's kind of fly though. Like you look good doing it. It's not just we're supporting D-Lo and KC. No, you look dope when you support D-Lo and KC.
Man. It's dope gear. It looks good. I love it. You see me, I rock it all the time.
D-Lo and KC
all the time.
.com. You can go check it out right now.
And shout out to our guy Don, the dope ones. He got something he cooking up right now that's gonna be cold.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know where I'm gonna have this, but I don't know where everybody else gonna have. But you're just gonna feel like you have to have this.
I don't think that's for sale.
Oh no?
No, like for those that are watching, and I could be wrong. For those that are watching, I think that's going where the J. Cole poster is.
Oh,
behind us. I think that's where
that
that's
needs
going.
To go in here. Mia ain't gonna be tripping.
I know Mia's not gonna. So we get the question 10 times a day. Hey, you guys gonna do something with the studio? It looks like it's really bland. Yeah, I know it's not ours. Like I know. Look, we're sarcastic sometimes. They didn't, in fact, build us a new studio. This studio belongs. It really only belongs to 3 of us, D-Lo and KC, and me in the morning. But I don't know.
That'd be cold. Yeah, that'd be cold right there. I mean,
but what would it do right there?
Yeah,
It wouldn't be on camera. It wouldn't be on camera. We'll figure it out.
That's dope though.
I feel like it's going out there.
We suggested though, you had to make 1 or 2 changes. He's like, yeah, you're probably right.
That's jacked up. I ain't even gonna let you get away with that. Kenny said you got to take Marvin out of it.
You gotta take him out.
For the studio stuff, honestly, all we're gonna do is buy those little Velcro strips and then hang it up, and then when we're done, take it down. That's it, honestly.
Yeah, maybe that is all we have to do. But these shapes are like we got to get them the right. We got them to fit these weird things behind us so they fit perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Just line them up around us.
Yeah,
that's really what happened though. Kenny's a cold dude. Like it's Kings players from across the 35 years, and
he can't be in there, bro. No.
Kenny wanted Marvin out.
Am I wrong? Let me ask the people: if there was like a montage of Kings players on there, who would you rather want in there, Marvin Bagley or Brian Grant?
Well, why couldn't it have been? Hey, yo, we got to get Brian Grant in there.
Because there wasn't enough room.
I'd low key get Marvin Bagley out and put Brian Grant in,
and Walt Williams too.
Yeah, Walt Williams. Where is the thread? There it is. It's pretty dope. I didn't get an opportunity. Shavano's on it.
Well, Shavano deserves to be on there.
Why?
He's okay.
I'll show the people who are watching the program an early draft.
Look where he at. Look where he at, right there next to the damn logo. Get him out of here. Hell no. Look at
they're both right there. Look at that little ass picture of Sabonis and the big ass picture of Marvin and
I mean, to be fair, Buddy and Marvin probably don't even want to be in there either.
This is true. This is true.
I like it. Look at the king. Look at the king of kings up there. The king of kings. Them light-skinned brothers on the top, boy. Mike and DC. You got Boogie right next to him. Oh yeah. You know what I honestly think we should do is we get this joint. We already got the Boogie one that Donnie has on the dopeones.com. We could put that up. Like we could put them both. Well, meaning we could put them both up.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. What's in my camera? Let me put some right there. Maybe you can see some right there.
Yeah, I don't know how we do because we got right the there. Door over there. I feel like we got to put like a banner behind you or something. And then the weird part is when we go widescreen, it's all the dimensions are all going to be thrown off.
Yeah, it's okay.
I want this stupid ass Vox Pro out of the damn way.
Put some here and here. We're good to go.
We could legit just stretch a green screen behind you.
You could have any background you want after that.
I wonder if we could get away with this.
He's there. Somebody, Kyle, somebody has, 55 is there.
Oh, yeah.
I was about to be like, I know I didn't miss that.
Hell, Vince Carter's here.
Yeah.
Matt Barnes, big old picture of Keegan Murray. Rudy Gay, Bobby, Mitch.
Yeah, I was like, nah, you gotta get Marvin out of there.
Slamson's on here. Okay, I'm gonna have to shoot Donnie some. De'Aaron is way too small.
Yeah,
De'Aaron
you
is
can do
way
that.
too small on this
Yeah,
picture.
he can get higher.
Wayman Tisdale, Peja, Harrison.
That was good knowledge by Donnie on getting Wayman Tisdale on there too. That's a true
Oh, yeah.
Sacramento thing.
Yeah.
That's we
that's
love Wayman out here.
Yeah, Reggie Theus up there.
Yeah,
This is pretty cool, man.
that is very cool.
Sabonis and Fox are really small.
Yeah, man. You just
Like they're way at the bottom. Donnie killed it with this,
He
though,
did,
man. That's a
man.
talented
He's so
man.
good at this.
Yeah,
stuff,
he's
man.
really good. He's really good. Yeah, we'll get Brian Grant in there and Walt Williams, and Marvin's out.
Buddy
Marvin.
can stay in. Buddy can stay in.
I don't know why, Buddy. I gotta come in here and look at Buddy Hield every day. Aldrin J. That's funny. No Tyrese. There's no Tyrese. No Tyrese. No Francisco Garcia. You know what's funny? No Jason Thompson either.
No Jason Thompson.
Is Isaiah on there?
Oh yeah, Isaiah probably should be in there.
Oh man, Isaiah's not on here.
You could get. I mean, I said he should stay in, but if you have to move somebody, you can move Buddy out to put Isaiah in there.
Buddy got to go. Marvin has been voted off. Buddy's gone.
Marvin.
De'Aaron has
First
to be.
round exit.
De'Aaron has to be bigger.
You guys are coming up with some good ones there. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ron might have to be on there. Kevin Martin probably should be on there too. Brad Miller probably should be on there.
There's probably another person who could be taken off of here.
I'm gonna try and.
I'm not gonna say it.
We ain't got.
I'm absolutely not gonna say it.
I think I know who you're talking about.
But like, there's probably. I think I would rather have. I think I'd rather have Isaiah on there. I'd rather have Ron Artest on there. We know Marvin's out. Buddy's out. I think there's probably one more that can go. Yeah. I don't want to say it out loud.
We ain't gotta say it. We ain't gotta
I don't want to
it.
say it out loud, but he probably doesn't need to be on there. Oh man, I can't. Yeah, so that's some good stuff for those that are listening on the radio. When it's a finished product, we'll post it to Twitter. We're just that's some stuff Donnie was working on for our studio here. He's doing canvas prints that are geared towards KSFM, ESPN, 98 Rock, the Eagle.
At the very least, like all this stuff should be in here.
I think the idea is for it to go out there.
No,
but
it can, but I'm just saying, like, you put some stuff on these walls.
no, we need to do something in here because this is. I got to be honest, it's depressing. It was like, oh no, it's cool. It's Kaiser. It's white. It's whatever. It's like no. We need to fix.
I didn't know
this.
Kaiser was right across the street.
It's. You know when I noticed that the day it took us 30 minutes to get out of the parking lot, and I'm just looking around like, oh, there's Kaiser right there. Word. Okay. All righty. Rich Hammond set to join us coming up here in just a heartbeat. He covers the Los Angeles Rams because yes, the Rams and the 49ers are playing yet again.
Well, last time for a while.
Kenny's giving up on somebody.
We'll see them next year. Next season. This will be it for a while. They ain't meeting up again.
Hey, you think they're gonna ramp up their push to get Odell back since they lost out on Christian McCaffrey, or Odell just going somewhere else?
You know they are. You know they're going to. Rams always trying to do something.
I think he's going
crazy.
there though. I don't think he's going there.
It sounds like he's always wanted to go back to the Rams. I don't know what the holdup is. I honestly don't know why he wouldn't go back to the Rams.
So why was he meeting with Buffalo?
I don't know. I mean, you can take meetings. No rush to sign. You can't play right now anyway, so no rush.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Can he even play this year?
I think the thought is he would come back
for like the wild card, like because he got hurt in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
that's February.
Yeah,
torn ACL.
Yeah, the thought. Well, I mean, he could be on that Jerry Rice. Remember Jerry Rice
Well,
came back
Jerry Rice is 101
in like 15 weeks.
Yeah,
literally got hurt week 1, tore his ACL week 1, was back like week 14.
Let's bring in Rich Hammond of The Athletic, covers the Los Angeles Rams. Rich, it feels like all the 49ers and Rams do or play each other.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, every 3 weeks or so there's but it's great, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how it is up there, but down here nothing gets the juices going like those Rams 49ers games. So I love it. I think they're great.
Is it real down there, Rich? You know, I wonder about this all the time because you probably remember, you know, in the 80s when it was, you know, the original LA Rams, it was Niners and Rams. That was kind of a slept on rivalry. It went to St. Louis, kind of lost a little bit of that. It was still there, but it wasn't the same. And it seems like immediately when the Rams came back to LA, it sparked up again. And then you have all these, you know, tightly contested games, these high stake games, and, you know, the 49ers crowd and SoFi, all this other stuff. Are the Rams as sick of the 49ers and as the 49ers are of the Rams?
No, I love your take on it. I think that's exactly right. The only thing I would add to it is I think down here in LA, because the team was gone for 20 years, you had a couple generations down here that didn't understand that. Like you said, the old timers like me, I do remember the 80s, and I do remember how big those games were in the late 80s. Especially was my sweet spot. But you have people who didn't understand that, who grew up without that. Now, when the Rams came back, those people remembered and they got back into it. But those whole generations, those under 40s, under 30s, they didn't understand what that meant. And I think you've seen that build down here now over the last couple of years. And exactly like you said, the relevancy of both of those teams, these games having increasingly big impact, meeting in the NFC Championship game. On top of that, the whole Northern California, Southern California thing, it really has. It to me, it's back to where it was before the Rams left for St. Louis, and it was pretty big then.
Rich, neither of these teams are where I think anybody thought they would be at this point so far this season. We know what's going on up here. There's a variety of reasons that the San Francisco 49ers are 3-4, but what's the primary reason that the Los Angeles Rams are kind of stuck at 3-3 right now?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of the same. When you're underachieving like that, I don't think it's ever one big thing that you can point at. And I'd say the same thing about the Rams. I think we could both sit here and talk about injuries, and I don't think that's an excuse. Every team deals with injuries. The Rams have, the 49ers have, a lot of teams have. You just have to deal with that. You have to overcome that. So I think beyond that, from the Rams' perspective, there has been a little bit of depth issue. I mean, they've been down to their third string center at times this season, which is going to be difficult for any team to deal with. But across that offensive line, they just haven't been able to deal. It's not the injuries per se. It's how you respond to that with some of the depth that you have. And you just haven't seen that depth there that they've had in the previous seasons. That's been a little bit of a problem. The run game has been a big problem. They just have not been able to get that going consistently, with Cam Akers now being in the doghouse and maybe on his way out. Darrell Henderson, here and there, a little bit of injury issues. They haven't been able to get that run game going to complement what they need to do in the pass game. And that's just allowed these teams to be able to kind of tee off on Matthew Stafford a little bit. And the only other thing I would add is, the Rams have been a little slow to evolve with their play calling. I think Sean McVay is an excellent play caller. He's very good at designing these offensive schemes, but I think he got a little bit stubborn there at times, trying to continue to do the things that he likes to do and the things that have been successful in the past. I think he needed to realize a little bit earlier, hey, we just don't have the personnel right now to do what we need to do. We got to evolve this a little bit. We got to simplify it a little bit. And I think you saw that in the Carolina game before the bye week. So I will be curious to see how that translates to Sunday. And if they try to stick with that kind of simplified game plan, or if they try to open it up a little bit more. I don't know. I'll be very curious to see how they approach that.
Rich, it's crazy hearing you say everything that you said about what's going on with the Rams in a lot of ways, from the injuries down to, I don't think McVay's on the hot seat, but people are upset with Kyle Shanahan out here with his play calling as well and talking about evolved. They're almost mirror image of each other right now, the Rams and the 49ers, in a lot of ways. And it really feels like, because with all due respect to them, the first place Seattle Seahawks, who are doing what they do, I don't think that's going to last. I don't think Arizona's very good. I think it's going to come down to Niners and Rams. And it really feels like whoever kicks out of this little It's kind of this malaise that they're in right now. The first one to do it is going to have the inside track for the rest of the division. And it's just going to be really who can get there first.
I agree with you. And I think that's why this weekend's game is so important for both of these teams. I'm sure the 49ers are looking at it with eyes wide open and saying, hey, we can steal these 2 wins against the Rams here. And, at the very least have that tiebreaker if it comes down to it at the end of the year, or you're sitting 2 games clear of them because you've won those 2 games. Whereas the Rams are looking at it saying, hey, we don't want to fall to 3-4 right now. We don't want to drop both of these games to San Francisco and have to be looking up at them as we get into November and December. I think it's a really big game. But in general, I agree with you 100%. And I think both of the teams have the capability to pull out of it. I don't think either team, as much as you talk about, Kyle being on the hot seat or whatever, but I think both of these teams are very capable of turning this around, very capable of doing some damage when you get into December. I certainly feel that way about the 49ers, and I think the Rams can get healthy enough and maybe make a trade here in the next few days to bolster their lineup. And I think they can be that team too, but you just don't want to get too far behind. You don't want to be fighting and battling when you get into December. And that's why I think this Sunday's game is so important to both of these teams.
And Rich, no matter how many people try to convince themselves otherwise, one big difference between these two teams is the 49ers are in fact playing with their backup quarterback. The Rams, on the other hand, Matt Stafford is out there, and we were talking during training camp, like, man, this thing with Matt Stafford's elbows really like making me uncomfortable. Like they're brushing it off as if it's nothing, but it's a quarterback's on the Super Bowl champions. It's his throwing arm. It's an elbow issue. It feels like this should be a bigger deal. Is that in fact a big deal and playing a part in where they're at right now, or is that issue behind him?
Well, that's a great question. I would say I don't know whether it's behind him, and part of the reason is that I don't. To be honest with you guys, I don't even think we've gotten to the point where we could fairly analyze whether that's a problem or not, because there's so many other problems.
Sure,
like they can't. If we were looking at it and saying, oh, Matthew Stafford has those throws down the field, but man, he's just not completing them because the arm strength is not there, or he just looks off. That's one thing, but they can't even get to the point where they're moving the ball down the field like that. I think they'd love to get to that point where they can figure that out. But step one in that process is, hey, we've got to protect well enough up front to give Matthew Stafford time to get the ball down the field. And then B, some of these receivers have to be able to get open and make themselves available, whether it's Allen Robinson or potentially getting Van Jefferson back into the lineup. Or using your tight ends a little bit better. I don't, to answer your question directly, I don't know whether the problem has been resolved yet. I think it's still something that he manages. I think it's something that he'll manage for a while. But I also would not look at it and say that's a reason why this offense is struggling. Whether they get to that point or not, I don't know. But right now, they've got about 3 other things they need to clean up before they even get to the point of looking at Matthew Stafford's elbow.
Yeah. Rich, one more before we get you out of here, man. It seems like the Rams in recent years have been able to master the art of doing whatever they needed to do to bolster the roster through trades, through contract restructuring. I mean, I joke here all the time. They don't have a salary cap. Somehow they're paying somebody $40 million. I just heard they got $3 million. How are they paying this guy $40 million? Joke about it all the time. And it felt like the Christian McCaffrey thing was going to go right in line with that. Were they surprised as an organization that didn't go their way? Because I know they made an offer and they probably thought, we'll do this again. Were they kind of surprised as an organization that they weren't able to get that one done?
I wouldn't think so. I would hope not, just because the 49ers did to them what they've done to
everyone
other teams in the last couple of years. So I don't think they should be surprised. Disappointed, I would say, certainly. But they know how this goes. I mean, you talk about, not having a salary cap. Well, the way that they've gotten around that is they've drafted really well in these middle rounds. I mean, you look back in 2017 through 19, the Rams owned the 3rd, 4th, 5th rounds in terms of drafting starters. So they place a high value on those picks because they think they can identify starters in those rounds. And, as it came down to it this year, hey, the 49ers had an extra, mid-round pick that they were able and willing to throw in, and the Rams couldn't match that. That's the fruit of those aggressive moves that they've made in the recent past. I don't think they regret them because it brought them the Super Bowl. But again, the byproduct of that, the fruit of that, is that you just don't have as many options, as many pieces to make those moves. The 49ers thought, hey, this is our move. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to go in. And they did it. And I don't think the Rams would, again, they'd be disappointed. I don't think they'd be shocked. And in a way, I think they would applaud the 49ers for doing a lot of what they did to put themselves in a good position.
F them picks, baby. F them picks.
It's fun. It's fun for a while anyway. It's fun if it gets you the Lombardi trophy. Let's put it that way.
It's fun till you need one. Rich, we appreciate you, man. Thanks as always for spending some time with us. Enjoy the game this weekend.
All right, you too, guys. My pleasure.
Take care.
That's Rich Hammond, covers the Los Angeles Rams for The Athletic.
It is Rams week. Hype, man. Come on, man.
You're not. That was so manufactured.
Come on, man.
You ain't thought
It's
about the
Rams
Rams
week, man.
before today.
I have.
That's not true. You thought about him yesterday at 4 o'clock when we were walking to the car going, we got to get someone from the Rams on.
10:30. I was like, hey, talk to Lord Momo.
Yeah. Oh, man. We'll come back. Matt George set to join us in about 30 minutes. We mentioned these future power rankings. It's a shoot. That's what they're called. The future power rankings. Where do the Kings rank in the power rankings of the future? Well, ESPN will tell us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, not affiliated. ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
Don't need to go anywhere. Just stand up.
Let's see.
It's my fault. Actually, I'm about to be done with this. Let me get my pop real quick.
It's funny. Now I'm craving coffee. What the hell?
It's what's it called? Subliminal advertising.
Yeah. I saw that. I don't have a cup. One of the people I work closely with, she lives on the East Coast. She knows I wake up really early, which is true. You guys know that I wake up really early. She called me at 5:15. And like, there's a difference between being awake at 5:15 and needing and talking to someone at 5:15, particularly about the types of things that she needs to talk to me about. She's like, hey, I tried to call you this morning. When are you free to talk? It's like, man, wait a minute. Just because I'm awake at 5:15 don't mean I want to talk. I think they set up a new Bloodline versus Wyatt. So I missed SmackDown Friday. I never went back to catch up. Did they do anything with Bray? Oh, man. You got to see Sarah's message. Oh, that's a good one. I forgot she got those.
Oh, man.
I forgot she got those. I saw these pop up on my Sara Hodges. Man. Did you see these? I don't know if these are your bag. Like these popped up on my Twitter timeline of all places.
I did see those. I was like, what they doing with the
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, hey, the Nike app. And those are nice.
I remember people were like,
those are really nice.
Thought it's like, oh no, you can't wear no A1 or AJ1 mids. And
that's crazy talk.
That was the thought. And then there was a picture of Michael Jordan walking around in mids. And they're like, how are you guys gonna be like you can't wear mids? And Jordan is wearing mids.
Let's see. I can hear it too. Power rankings of the future. Yeah. So just did they do anything with Bray and Did they do anything with Bray
Have they
on
done-
Friday?
Is he a SmackDown guy? Is that what's going on?
That's where he did his promo, so I assume so.
Okay, I haven't seen him.
I assume so.
Since the comeback.
Yeah,
I'm a little.
yeah,
a couple weeks off.
yeah. Rumored for Survivor Series. That'd be quick.
He did say something to the whatchamacallit though, to the bloodline.
You see, I don't think so. I don't know. He didn't that night though. The night he came back, he didn't. The promo was weird. It was like it was either meant to blur the line of real and TV. It's set up like it was clear at the end, like, okay, this is going somewhere. Where is it going? But everything else that happened it's a bit unclear as to what it was. I think it was a mix of like personal stuff that they're playing a part of the story. It was kind of, it was kind of weird. Man, Sara Hodges. Sara Hodges, man. That would have been a good question. I wish we had asked that. I didn't even think about that. I forgot she's got a couple of those.
The crazy thing about it is I really like the shoe. Like, I really do like the shoe. And yeah. So real quick, the other thing about it is they're gonna keep selling the shoes, and they're gonna take everything easy off of them. They'll probably just be called the SPYL 350s. Does that change anything?
Well, in the sense of Kanye don't get no money for it.
Yeah.
So it probably does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said that yesterday. So they're like, yeah, we're gonna still sell those shoes. They're just not gonna be called Yeezys.
That's their intellectual property.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like they're bringing in fake Yeezys. It's not like fake Razor and fake Diesel. You know what I mean? It's not like they're bringing in fake Yeezys. So yeah, I don't know. This was sparked because Sara Hodges thought we were going to ask her. I forgot that she rocks those.
Yeah, she does.
And so
Sarah's shoe game kind of crazy.
Her
kind of crazy.
It's different than ours, but it's strong.
Not even that much different. She got some.
She got some tags.
Yeah,
she did.
She got the Vapor Max joints.
Yeah, those are nice.
With some tags. Those are hard. I'm on the proud for those.
I think Sarah's like most people because Sarah's like, yeah, I'm gonna keep wearing my Yeezys. I think most people are who have them. They're gonna keep wearing them.
Ain't nothing they can do about it now.
It's like, is it like people who burn their jerseys?
Yeah.
Bro, you already bought it. Like,
you see that guy who burned all his Yeezys?
No.
Yeah, some dude in Florida burned all his Yeezys.
Okay, bro. Florida. Why am I not surprised?
Like a dummy.
Cool. You know, you could have, bruh. Look, you could have sold them to some white supremacists. Like they would have bought them all up. Like, what are you doing? That's gonna be. It's gonna. What was it? Collared shirts. Or what were they? What was that uniform with the tiki torches?
Oh, the
collared shirts, khaki shorts, and Yeezys.
Yeah, that's what would have been the new uniform.
Just wait for the next March.
Hey, this was something that real quick before we get all the way back to basketball. In my weekend of traveling and stuff, I was just out of the loop. I guess I missed this. This is kind of major. Chargers cornerback J.C. Jackson posts that he underwent successful surgery. Jackson ruptured his patella tendon in his right knee last Sunday.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
He's had the season from hell. He's big free agent pickup. Started the season, I think, on IR with a bad ankle. Came back for a few games, and now this, man, prayers up to the young guy.
Welcome to playing for the Chargers.
Oh, jeez. I wouldn't sign there.
That's just bad mojo. That is bad luck there, man. Just bad things happen when your name is attached to a contract that says Los Angeles Chargers.
Apparently.
The sentence I'm about to utter is real.
Okay.
This is not a drill. ESPN released something called Future Power Rankings.
Oh.
Now, give you complete context of what this is. Here is what ESPN says about their future power rankings. How will your team perform over the next 3 NBA seasons? The future power rankings are ESPN's projection on the on-court success expected for each team over the next 3 seasons, 2022-23, 23-24, and 24-25.
Okay.
Since the latest version of the Future Power Rankings dropped in March, we've seen the Golden State Warriors return to the top of the NBA mountain, but was another title in locking up Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins' contract extensions enough to return the Warriors to the top of our rankings. So the last time they did these was in March. Okay. Now, obviously, the first thing you do, go to see where the Sacramento Kings are, but we'll provide you some context as to who they think the top-ranked team over the course of the next 3 seasons is.
Okay.
The Memphis Grizzlies.
They're number 1.
They've got the Memphis Grizzlies at number 1. Their ranking in March, by the way, was also number 1. So they did not waver from that. They've got the Los Angeles Clippers at number 2. The Clippers' previous ranking was number 6. So something happened there in which they dug it. They moved them up. Boston Celtics at number 3. Golden State Warriors at number 4. Milwaukee Bucks, they actually went down since March. They're at number 5. They were previously at number 4. I'll round out the top 10. Philadelphia at 6. Miami at 7. Toronto at 8. The Denver Nuggets. Okay. Denver Nuggets at 9.
Why you say it like that? They've gone down.
They did go down. Yeah, they did go down. They were 7 before.
Lost in all this. Jokic is like 26.
And that's got to be why.
Like, that's the crazy part of like Jokic. Like, you would think, oh man, he's, in his prime of his life. Like, he might not. You can make an argument he hasn't even entered his prime yet.
He may not have. He may not have. Denver's 9. Phoenix tumbled from 3 to 10. The Suns committed $350 million to Devin Booker and DeAndre Ayton, returning most of the core that won a league-high 64 games last season, but they still fell 7 spots. The big reason? The Robert Sarver 1-year suspension that was followed up with a for sale sign placed on the franchise. Until there is a resolution that results in the sale and new ownership, the Suns have been removed from the top 5. That's from our friend Bobby Marks. Obviously, I wanted to see where Sacramento was. I knew, okay, Sacramento, they're probably not going to be in the teens. Let's go down to the 20s. Let's start there. 20, Portland. They were previously at 28.
I think that might be a little high, but you see why Portland is there? Once again, any other media members want to tell me I'm right?
Portland is there because the Blazers' direction was uncertain as they got blown out on a nightly basis with Dame Lillard watching from the sidelines after abdominal surgery. Portland skewed a rebuild in favor of retooling around Dame Lillard by dealing for Jeremy Grant and re-signing Yusuf Nurkic. Lillard has another 2 years on his extension. As a result, Blazers should be in postseason contention, though it may be up to rookie Shaedon Sharpe to give them enough to go deep into the playoffs.
Shaedon looks nice, man.
He does. Yeah. He does. Number 21, Detroit basketball.
Yeah, well, okay. All right.
The Detroit Pistons. Number 22, the Houston Rockets. Again, these are power rankings over the next 3 years. Mm-hmm. Number 23, the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I mean, all right, whatever. Next 3 years. He said 3 years, right?
Number 24, the Orlando Magic.
Settle down again.
Okay. Number 25, the Washington Wizards.
Excuse me?
Washington's rise in the rankings can be attributed to the team's player score going up several points. Getting Bradley Beal locked in to a long-term extension plays a part there, although Beal's no-trade clause could be a complication down the road. They were previously 29th.
So they'd have moved up. How?
The team that was previously number 30 and is now number 26 The Sacramento Kings. Sacramento's stay in the future ranking cellar was short-lived as the arrival of the God, the Lord and Savior, number 4 overall pick, Keegan Murray, their words, not mine, and young wings Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk have given hope to the Kings for ending major pro sports' longest playoff drought sooner rather than later. Putting those pieces around De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis has made Sacramento competitive in the player category. And while there's still concern about Vivek Ranadive's support of the front office, the Kings have moved out of last place in the management category with first-year head coach Mike Brown in place. It was Kevin Pelton of ESPN who wrote that.
Okay.
So we're moving up.
We
finally got a piece of the pie.
Finally got a piece of the
Fish
pie.
don't fry in the kitchen and beans don't burn on the grill.
Did you? So how they put this thing together? The market is 27th. There's only 3 worse markets in the league than Sacramento. That doesn't seem right. Maybe it is.
Oklahoma City is 1. I know that for sure.
Utah.
I don't know that Utah would be considered a
I don't know
market
if it
worse.
is either. Yeah. It should be.
I see Charlotte is listed as 25. Yeah. Utah is 22.
San Antonio's 20.
Now I'm curious. Well, this is going to start something. Is it Detroit?
It might be.
Detroit was 20.
26.
They're 26th.
They're ahead.
Who the hell is behind Sacramento then?
So tied for 28. Doesn't that mean there's 2?
Oh, it said they're tied for 28?
Yeah. So, they're tied with 3 people, with 3 teams. Oh, no.
Minnesota's 30th.
No.
Minnesota's 30th.
Okay.
Minnesota is, and they're number 15 on this list.
Okay.
Cleveland.
I mean, it is the NBA.
Forgot about Cleveland. Cleveland's tied for 28th.
Oh, okay.
Cleveland, this is, in fact, for you. And Cleveland, number 12.
Hey, I mean, that's fair.
Wait a minute. Where the hell is Indiana? Oh, they're right after the Kings. They're 27th.
Right there.
Indiana's 27.
That's where he's going next. Before we go to Indiana.
Well, we don't need to go. I just wanted to get to the Kings. It's Indiana, San Antonio, Charlotte, and Utah. The final.
Charlotte is interesting.
How so?
I mean, I don't think Charlotte's situation is that dire.
Well, don't you got LaMelo leaving already?
Yeah, I do have LaMelo leaving,
which is preposterous. Like that's literally never.
I mean,
happened.
He's gonna sign the extension, and then he'll probably be gone in a year.
Ask
and a
for
half.
a trade that day.
Maybe.
Hey, Mike,
a year and a half.
I signed it. Get me the hell out of here.
I mean, I think that's there are obviously when you do something like this, there are 1 or 2 obviously that you can, be like, nah, I don't see that. Like Detroit, Washington, I don't see that. For the most part, though, being objective.
Washington, I don't see. Detroit, I could see grow. I could see Detroit.
I can't see. They got
not like they had Detroit like 4 slots above the Kings, 3 slots above.
That's
the
what
Kings.
I'm saying.
I don't know about that.
They got Detroit got Cade, Jaden Ivey, Sadiq Bey, and maybe you like Jalen Duren.
Yeah,
and that's kind of where it ends.
Yeah, I think there's another issue there too. How much longer are you going to let Dwayne Casey coach that team? Like, and I feel like you're keeping now. To be fair, I like Dwayne Casey a lot. I feel like you're keeping Dwayne Casey around to develop these young guys. I don't think you're doing it because you believe Dwayne Casey is going to be the guy to. Dwayne Casey is not going to reap the benefits of these players. I think they look at him as a really good coach who can help develop these guys. And when they feel like they're ready to take that step, and maybe that'll be our cue when they think they're ready to take that step, I think they're going to fire Dwayne Casey.
That reminded me of a conversation I had with one of my NBA guys. Not a favorable review of Dwayne Casey.
Okay. I mean,
and they're like, if anything, this might set him back.
How many coaches? What do you mean?
Like him being there.
Oh, him being there. I don't know that Dwayne Casey's getting another job.
Yeah.
Like Dwayne Casey he's almost in the Brett Brown.
might set the Pistons back. Like they're like,
might set the Pistons back.
Yeah,
I thought you meant might.
Like, basically, for lack of better, he said he's not good. He said he's not a good coach.
I don't believe he's not a good coach, but I could also see having a guy like. There's probably a certain degree with a team this young, you might need someone younger. You know what I mean? This team's really young.
Yeah,
I don't know that Dwayne Casey's style is going to resonate with these young guys.
I don't know what the contract is exactly, but I could see Casey being out at the end of the year.
I think they re-signed Dwayne Casey.
They're already 1-4. Like if it gets nasty, there's people who had fringe playoff hopes with Detroit.
That's their fault. That's their fault.
With Detroit.
I was intrigued by watching them, but that's their fault. They thought that. Come on, man. That's not a playoff or play-in or anything along though I don't know what a play-in record is in the East.
I think they have a good group of guys on that roster that could blossom into something. But it's going to take some time. They said 3 years.
Oh. Wait, is that right? Yeah.
He gone at the end of the season?
No, he has one more full year. Yeah, 2024. He has 1 year. So yeah, they it's rare that you'll often see coaches fired with a year left.
And after
hell,
this year,
I think Alvin got an extension. Then by the New Orleans Griff.
Oh, Griff. Yeah.
I think he got an extension from Griff just to get fired, so he had a year left on his deal. I'm not trying to be funny. No, I think that's what happened.
That's the way they played it out. That's crazy.
And I mean, in a way, they took care of Alvin on the way out. Like they probably knew what they were going to do. They gave him the contract extension, so he had it, and then they let him go. Getting fired during the season is certainly probable. Yeah, I could see Dwayne Casey not being.
Do
back
you?
Next year. That's unfortunate. I think I disagree with your friend. I think Dwayne Casey's a good coach. I don't think he's a good coach for this group.
We'll talk off the air. That's fine. When
the man won 60 games in Toronto. Like I'm not going to pretend like this dude is garbage.
Do you have any issue with the Kings though, where they have them?
No, but I have issue with the teams that are ahead of them. I have an issue with Detroit being ahead of them.
But I will say this. I mean, yeah, there's. I agree with you. There's 2 or 3 teams, but for the most part, what are they? What are they? 26? They should probably be 23rd.
Yeah, maybe a little bit higher. Yeah, a little bit higher.
In general, it's
and a lot of this could also be, you kind of hedge your bets a little bit. That Washington shouldn't be up here either. Like, what are we doing? Washington should.
That's
be
one
up
of the
there.
more uncertain franchises in the NBA right now. Like, what are they doing?
Washington's catchphrase should just be, "Huh?" Like, who? Wait, who's here? What are we doing? Like Bradley Beal and others,
right?
It's the Bradley Beal show with whoever the hell else is there.
Kyle Kuzma. You see Kuzma's tweet yesterday?
No. No.
Jesse, should I say it? I ain't even gonna say it. Just I retweeted it. I ain't gonna say it. He didn't mean it in a way, but he was talking about like the Lakers and they couldn't shoot the ball.
It's fine. Just say it.
I'm gonna let Davion read it.
Oh wow. Wow. Oh. Okay.
That was a wild way to word it, though. For real.
So
you're a jackass, dude. I swear.
He didn't have to say it like that. Like Jesse said, he could have worded it different.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
So Kuz tweeted.
See,
do you want me to read it? I'll read it.
I got it. Just quiet. I got it. Kuz tweeted, "Get hard shooting under bright lights."
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
You guys are ridiculous.
Those bright lights just get the people going.
Get hard shooting under bright lights. I'm just gonna take a quick.
Oh, everybody was in on it.
So just
I saw the reply.
So for context, he tweeted 2 times after that. The one tweet was quote tweeted 28 times. The tweet where he tweeted good half was quote tweeted 123 times. Get hard shooting under bright lights was retweeted 2,225 times. Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, there's some excuse
man.
me, sir. There's some
oh man, Kyle Kuzma. But he's part of that future with the Wizards.
But he's not.
He
got like a
1
year left.
I think they bring him back.
I think
though.
it's in fact, then he just got this year left.
He in a contract year this year?
Isn't it?
It might be. He might be.
Because wasn't that what we were talking about with or maybe it's a player option?
Yeah. I like Kuz as a player though. I still say he would have done. I mean, Keegan Murray's perfect, better to have. But
there's Kenny Caraway. Excuse me.
Kuz has a $13 million player option next year.
13 million player option.
Yeah. So you got him for
money
2
in the
years.
bank. Yeah.
But when I think about this futures thing, like the Kings without even winning, right? Like that's the other thing. They haven't won anything recently. It's hard to put them like above 20. Right? To be like, no, they're going to be straight in the next 3 years. It's hard to
Sure. And part of that is probably certainty about Domantas Sabonis as well. Because that covers next season.
Yeah.
This all of this season, next season.
Look, there's still questions about De'Aaron Fox for a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, not only will he be around, but what type of player is he? So I get it. The whole thing on the list.
I need De'Aaron to keep showing out. I need him to have a night tonight.
So, Brian in the chat said he's gonna have 50. He said mark his words.
Mark his words. That's always something.
Where's he at? I saw that.
You know what's funny too? Kings get their first win of the season. De'Aaron, here, let's go with what Brian said. De'Aaron goes for 50. The headline will be Ja goes for 27 as Grizzlies lose.
You tweeted it out the other day. I think it was NBA.com or Twitter, and they had a picture of Keegan Murray.
Bradley. Yeah. Kings Bradley makes his debut against the Clippers. I was at Sac State. I finally got to Sac State, and first thing I did was try to pull the game up, go to the NBA app, the new and improved NBA app, and it says, yeah, Kings Bradley, and with the picture of Keegan Murray. Bro,
come on, man.
What, man? Like who are you talking about? Like who did you get him confused for? Who the hell is Bradley? Like, did you think his name was Bradley Murray, Keegan Bradley? Like, who did you think this was? Come to think about what rookie's name is Bradley? Like, who? That was the baffling part. Like, if you look, like you make mistakes. If you got it mixed up with somebody else, who the F are you talking about?
Called that man Bradley.
He called him Bradley. It's like he looked at the picture and said, this guy looks like a Bradley. Kings Bradley makes his debut tonight. Come on, man. Y'all been touting the NBA app and it's all new. Like, you called him Bradley?
Hey, Kings fans, are we gonna like embrace this like we did Sauce Castillo? We're gonna
call him Bradley.
Bradley.
That's funny. I just wish I knew what it meant.
I don't know.
Like,
I
what
don't
did
know.
y'all think that this was?
I have no clue.
I do not think there is a rookie named Bradley.
Put some
first or
respect
last
on my
name.
boy.
Did it say Kings Bradley or Keegan Bradley?
It said Kings.
Put some respect on my
Kings
man's
Bradley.
name. So the moral of the story is,
No
in the
one's paying
20s is
attention to
fine.
what we're doing. That's the moral of the story.
In the 20s is fine. The one that I have, I talked about a little bit yesterday, that I disagree with. I think the Pelicans should, at the very least, be top 5. They got them at 11. Pelicans should be top 3, probably.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They are lit.
No, I agree. They got an emotional coach. You're emotional. You can get the job done.
Willie. Shout out to my boy. It's my boy, Willie Green. Don't get it
Doesn't
twisted.
feel like it.
No, that's my boy.
No, it
I
doesn't
just
feel
don't know
like
why
it.
he was crying with 4 minutes to go in the game. It was like a 2-point game.
In game 4. Wasn't even the deciding game. It was just game 4.
So, yo, why? And then it got even crazier because Chris Paul started crying after the game. Too.
Okay. Well, why are you soulless?
I don't know why. I mean, like you guys know me. I'll shed a couple tears. That ain't nothing. I just don't understand what happened there.
Talking about Bradley, you cried in Las Vegas.
I did.
And them 9-year-olds were laughing at you.
I just said I shed some tears.
Poor Reese. What's wrong with your dad?
It was after the game.
Dude.
It was after the game, not with 3 minutes to go. Jesse know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like, dude, you lost in game 6. You were like the 8th seed. Come on now, like you did good.
He's proud of his team.
Chris Paul don't need to be crying. He's like, bro, you won.
Yeah,
Why are you crying?
That's the bizarre one.
Like, relax.
He's proud of that city.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
At least it wasn't that.
Dude was crying like they lost the finals.
Like, y'all got the nerve to talk about Willie Green, and
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
This was training camp. This was training camp, and the team's still sorry.
He said that's not us.
That ain't us. I look at that record, I get pissed off. Man, look at your record now, dog.
I get emotional about this. I'm about to cry.
I'm about to cut I'm about to cut more of that pregame speech and just have it live here.
And the team just wanted to go get some water at that point. They just had a pep talk from the coach. That was like 4 minutes.
And then they got a 3-minute speech from
I just want some water, dog. That's it.
NFL.com got the nerve to tweet it out like, oh, listen to this speech. And they played like a 45-second version. Like, oh, okay, word. Then you see the whole thing. It's like, fam, shut up. I swear, if you ever try that, I'm leaving. Like, I'm just walking away. Kitty trying to give a big speech like, hey, keep this speech to 60 seconds, man. We got to go. Matt George joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I don't know how this show isn't sponsored by Blue Chew. This show should absolutely be sponsored by Blue Chew. Our Blue Chew moment of the show. Kyle Kuzma tweets, it's hard shooting under them lights.
I feel like there's been an uptick in AO moments since we started that.
Oh, man.
Everybody in on it.
Oh, those M&Ms. Oh, man. You living the life over there. I need to find out. We need to get Blue Chew on board for this show. That could be the AO moment of the day, brought to you by Blue Chew. Who is this guy? Man, this drink got some fire to it.
Are they last? Yeah. Somebody, Jake Marsh or whatever, ranked all the teams in the 4 major sports. The Kings are last. Bro, that's stupid. How are they last behind the Arizona Coyotes? Stop it.
They're not worse than Detroit, either, the Lions.
No.
South Sac E, I wouldn't say no. Shoot. I wouldn't say no to the samples. What's up, Matt George?
What up?
How are you, man?
Very good. And you? What's good, KC?
What's going on, man?
Oh, nothing much. Nothing much. Getting ready for the fireworks tonight.
Yeah, man. Kings getting their first win tonight.
Absolutely.
It's going to be lit at the G1C, baby.
Oh, it always is.
It really is, for the most part, always a good time up there, though.
Absolutely, it is.
We got to get Tracy on the show. Fangirl.
Yeah. Straight up. What's Kevin doing back there? Tell Kevin we said what's up, man.
Kevin is cutting our Game of the Week package, which is my alma mater, Wood Creek, versus the Roseville Tigers. Little striped kitties over there.
Okay.
Wood Creek. That's out where I live, right?
Yeah, right off of Wood Creek
Like down
Boulevard
the
Junction.
street.
Yeah, that's my alma mater, baby.
Very nice.
Timberwolves.
Timberwolves. I didn't know that was their name. That's cool.
Versus the Roseville Tigers. They call it the Junction Bowl, which makes no freaking sense because Roseville High School is nowhere near Junction. Wood Creek is off of Junction. You take Junction to go towards Roseville, but then Junction ends, and there's a bunch of other streets before you get to Roseville. So, okay, Junction Bowl. Let's go with that.
I don't think I've ever been to Roseville High School. Maybe I have. I don't know. They're black and orange, right?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe I have. They got a small basketball gym, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, smaller. It's not like these new high schools out here. Have you seen D'Lo? This is kind of close to you too. West Park High School.
I think someone alerted to that. Either you or John Bull. Yeah, and we looked it up. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
It's a brand new high school, and it looks like a college campus. It's like a triple story high school. Their gym is 2 levels. Their cafeteria is on the 2nd floor. It looks like the high schools that you see in those really rich Disney movies that like to pretend that this is how schools are. That's what it looks like.
That's how it's probably a little better than this too, but that's how Vista del Lago is.
Yeah, Vista del Lago's like that too.
College.
And then 12 Bridges High School, which is in Lincoln. That's a brand new high school too. They got really nice facilities, but they're too like triple decker. It's like, when did schools become skyscrapers, man? Got to work out.
They all trying to be like McClatchy, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Got to put in a workout to climb the stairs to get to science.
Baby. That's what we did. We was the only indoor high school, 2 stories.
Did they name the gym after you yet?
They need to. You know, man, I was supposed to speak at the other Hall of Fame thing the other day. I was going on. Shout out to my man Aaron Lawrence.
The Courtside Kenny Center, the CKC.
Love to hear it, Dr. David. Love to hear it. It's good stuff.
Yeah, man.
Good stuff. What time you guys head out to the arena, Matt?
I will head out there. Kevin's going to the Folsom football game tonight. Folsom's playing on a Thursday night tonight, so it's just going to be me out there. I'll probably head out around 4:30. Be there 4:45, 5ish.
Yeah, there you go. Cash Caraway Complex.
Maybe they'll have us sitting next to each other again, D'Lo, so you can stand to the side and not sit with me again.
I don't like sitting in that front row, man.
Let me finish the sentence for you. When you're next to Matt George.
That's not true. I love sitting next to Matt George. I don't like sitting in that front row.
You haven't sat next to me in probably years.
Hang on. Matt George on here just telling lies to the people watching the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. I wish they would just let James Ham construct the media area. For those who have never seen it, it's very nice. We sit on like the about 20 rows above where Kenny sits, 25 rows above where Kenny sits.
I was right next to you the entire time last time.
Right there on the concourse. And there's like a row with a high table, and then there's a row with the low table, but the low table, like they're really, really close together.
Yeah.
So there's not like a lot of, I don't sit still very well. And so the great media people at the Kings, they put my seat next to Matt, which is great.
Yeah.
But it's in that first row, and it's like, hey, Mike, I'm just gonna stand over here if that's cool, because I just don't like. And then poor Sean Cunningham's got to get that 4,000-pound camera that he carries around with him out of there before halftime. Lord knows the amount of times I get up, so I prefer to stand.
2 minutes into the game, I look down. Hey, where's my boy at? Look to the side. Oh, he's just standing over there. Don't want nothing to do with me. He's just gonna watch the game from afar.
Not true. I spent 20 minutes before the game, 30 minutes before the game talking with Matt.
That might be accurate.
Damian watching the game like he Jeff Petrie.
No, I mean Damian's smart too, because that honestly
stand in the tunnel. Excuse me.
Damian's smart. low key, it's a fire hazard that getting out.
I'm saying.
And so there's only one side to get into that front row because the other side is gated or blocked off because there's just stairs there. So you would step and fall like 5 feet into stairs. So and they put like James and Anderson and Jason Jones used to all sit on that side. I'm like, y'all are dying first. If anything happens, like y'all are stuck because you can't get out. We got to file single file, and even then you can't get out. Like
James has got a saw in his bag. He'll probably just cut the table and clear a whole new like fire exit for everybody.
Also too, the tables are only like I don't know measurements, but they're not very wide either. So you put a laptop and a camera down, it's like I have no more room. And if I bump anything, it's falling 10 feet and crashing on a fan's head that's sitting right up in front of me. So
and all the media will be there to capture it. So they'll literally be right there to capture the entire story.
But the worst part of the Golden One Center is no cup holders upstairs. It's unforgivable. I'll never forgive that. That was the big thing.
That's fine. I just don't go upstairs because of the fear of walking up and down the stairs.
That's a good point.
Hey, you can go to this concert. It's an amazing concert. You just got to sit up there. Nah, I don't want to take my life into my own hands. It's cool. I'll watch it. I'll watch it when it debuts on Amazon Prime, like Kendrick Lamar did. Kendrick Lamar in Paris was on Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
It's worth your time.
Okay.
It's phenomenal.
Okay.
Turn it up really loud. Just pretend we weren't stupid and didn't go to the show.
Don't remind me.
That's so
Queen
dumb.
B got mad at me.
That's our biggest L. That's our biggest
He's like,
freaking
I can't
L.
believe he didn't come. We didn't go to the thing when he came to the.
It's our biggest L in the history of this show. All three of us.
I tried.
He did. He did.
I tried. I asked you if you were going to go, and you're like, I got to be responsible. Stupid.
Yeah. And I'm positive I did something financially irresponsible, like immediately following that conversation. Quite positive. Matt Keegan-Murray makes his debut in the starting lineup tonight. We're all hoping this is the night the Kings get their first win. It's obviously the latest in a string of tough matchups. How do things change for Sacramento now that Keegan is with that first group?
Well, first and foremost, they're putting their best foot forward. Like they're finally starting with their absolute best, and I think that's important. In these first 3 games, the Kings have trailed. Now, this isn't a completely tell the whole story conversation or statistic, but in these first 3 games, the Kings have led, or rather trailed, at the end of the first quarter 3 times. In the 2 games that Keegan-Murray played, actually the Clippers game, the Kings had a 3-point lead when Keegan-Murray came into the game around the 5 or 6 minute mark. In the Golden State Warriors game, the Kings were down 12-2 when Keegan-Murray came into the game at the 8-minute mark. So I really think I understand why KZ Okpala was in there. I understand wanting to start with more of a defensive identity. The reality is the Sacramento Kings, I don't think are a good enough team to get that cute with it yet. Like, I think the Sacramento Kings need to put their best out there to open up games to try and set the tone early. And the reality is, even if KZ Okpala is a better defender than Keegan-Murray is, which I'll give him that at this point in time, it's not so steep of a drop-off that doesn't make Keegan's immediately 10 times better offense not way more worth it for the Kings organization. So, and also, guys, I know you guys were discussing this yesterday too. Like, I think it's a big deal for Harrison Barnes, too. Like, I think it helps Harrison a lot. Harrison drops down to the 5th option on offense, which is a good option to have there. Even if he's not shooting the ball well, Harrison is going to get open looks from 3, and I still trust him with those looks. You can still run him in the post, which I think the Kings should be trying to do more. They've gotten away from that this year, and he was pretty efficient with that at times in spot up opportunities last year. And finally, like, when it comes to Harrison, like, I think this is a great opportunity for Harrison now to really focus in on the defensive end of the floor and recognize, okay, this is where you can make it a big impact right out of the gate, because Keegan is going to take a lot of the scoring load that, quite honestly, the Kings relied on Harrison and the rest of the team with KZ Okpala out there. So I think it's a great move across the board.
What do you think? And I agree with everything that you said right there, Matt. That was great analysis. What do you think happens to KZ Okpala now? Do you think he falls completely out of the rotation at this point?
I'm hearing rumblings and whispers that it's actually looking that way, which kind of surprises me. I've heard that there's a potential that, and we saw it with the comeback attempt against the Golden State Warriors, but it sounds like Chimezie Metu might be working his way or carving out an opportunity for himself in the rotation. We'll have to see if that actually plays out tonight. But it does seem like KZ Okpala is completely falling out, which I don't think it's necessarily a horrendous thing, but I also don't think it's totally fair because that suggests that KZ was such a problem with that starting lineup that now he can't find a spot on the floor. I still think there are valuable spot minutes for KZ as a defender, especially with his versatility to be able to defend all 5 positions. The reality is, at times, KZ Okpala would not be a bad option to throw on John Morant tonight. So I still think there is a role and there's still opportunity for KZ. Mike Brown knows KZ better than all of us combined. So I trust Mike with that decision. But in terms of like consistent rotation, it sounds like there are going to be other options on the roster that are going to get more consistent playing time. And KZ is going to be more of a specialist, if that makes sense.
Feels like the problem just comes down to what he does or doesn't do on the offensive end and the fear that this team can't afford to play 4-on-5 on that side of the court.
Well, and I don't even think it's 4-on-5 either. I think it would be a lot less of an issue if Harrison Barnes wasn't struggling as much as he was or is. Sure. Like at this point, offensively, the Kings are kind of playing 3-on-5 with their starting lineup. And even so, they're still hanging around. Like with the exception of the Warriors game, they haven't been getting their ass kicked right out of the gate, which was a consistent problem that we saw with Luke Walton's team from time to time, not to mention the third quarter and starting the third quarter big.
Oh my gosh, just sideswipe Luke for no reason.
Sorry, Luke.
It happens.
Sorry, Sue. Sorry, Luke. Actually, it might have been a problem with Dave Yeager a little bit too, but I don't remember. Just Luke. But like, I really think if Harrison Barnes were better and we're playing better and we're scoring more, I don't think KZ Okpala's offensive inefficiencies or drop off would be that significant. Because I do think KZ Okpala does good things on the defensive end of the floor, just not so good that it's making up for the fact that the Kings, outside of Fox, Herter, and even Sabonis, who's struggling, you could kind of at times say 2.5-on-5 offensively. Like, maybe, no, that's not fair.
And it keeps getting worse.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair because Sabonis, so much of the offense runs through him, even when he's not scoring. So I'll say 3-on-5. But Keegan out there immediately makes it 4-on-5. He's already one of the more efficient shooters and go-to scorers on this Kings team, and that's going to be extremely important for the lineup, I think.
Harrison Barnes. We haven't talked to you about this. So, Matt, what's your thoughts on Harrison? What do you think the issue is? Is it something that you have confidence in that he's going to be able to kick out of starting now? Like, it needs to start tonight.
Yeah, I do have confidence in Harrison Barnes. I believe Harrison has enough. I mean, he's got enough experience. He's got a high enough basketball IQ. He's a smart enough guy and a good enough teammate to recognize when he needs to step up. Now, it's rare that we haven't had the opportunity to really talk to Harrison after a game. We usually are getting him every single night, or at least it's been that way in the past. So we haven't had to talk to him yet. We have heard from him in practice a little bit. But I know Harrison is aware of what he needs to do and how he's helping or not helping the team. And I believe he's going to be able to work his way out of it. And I think I said going into this offseason that I think Harrison Barnes as your 4th or 5th option is significantly better than Harrison Barnes as your 3rd option on offense. And I mean, he has been the 4th option, hasn't been good enough. Maybe the 5th option will help him open up that side of the game. And then defensively, like, even though it was pretty consistent last season, it's been kind of consistent so far through the first 3 games. I don't believe Harrison Barnes is this bad defensively. Like, I just don't believe it. I know he's capable of playing so much better. I don't know if it's just a product of his environment or he's just lost a step because he's gotten older, but I don't believe that either because Harrison is in great shape and keeps himself in great shape. So I have confidence that Harrison is going to be able to work his way through this slump. And I'm encouraged, if nothing else. I don't believe in silver linings and moral victories. I'm not happy that the Kings are 0-3. But I do believe that there's some positives to the fact that one of your pillars in your rotation, Harrison Barnes is a pillar of the Kings rotation. He's a consistent presence in that rotation every single night. He's struggling that hard, as well as your 2-time All-Star and Domantas Sabonis, who has not looked that comfortable yet. And the Kings have still been in every single game that they have played. So not a silver lining, but I'm saying the Kings aren't that far from figuring it out if Harrison can get it going just a little bit, be a little more efficient. The Kings are in a significantly better spot.
Microphone on. I'm new to this. I'm sorry. Matt, do you think we see, obviously when you make a change to the starting lineup, that's pretty glaring. Anything following that will be a little bit more subtle, but do you think we see other changes tonight to Mike Brown's approach?
I think you're going to have to some extent, to stagger the lineup for that second unit. And I see someone, I can't see where it was in the chatty house, but they were right. They were saying like the depth of the Kings, which we were talking about as a massive strength for this team. It hasn't been that yet. That's okay. There are a lot of new faces on this team, a lot of new players on this team. I expect them to take time to get used to one another, but it's my belief, D-Lo, that one of Fox, Sabonis, or Murray has to be on the floor at all times. I don't think Mike can get away at this point in time with all three of them being on the bench together, which is going to be interesting how he manages that now that Keegan is part of that starting unit. Now, the three of them definitely need to be on the floor together to start and end the game, especially if the game is close. But I don't think the Kings can get away with a stretch early in the second quarter or late in the third quarter where the three of them are on the bench together. You have to stagger them a little bit. And I think the three-guard lineups that we've been seeing is something that Mike Brown should lean on a little more heavy, whether it's Malik Monk or Terrence Davis. Like, if you're bringing Keegan Murray or Harrison Barnes out of the game first, I think one of those two guards should be the first substitution in. You drop Kevin Huerter down to the 3, or maybe you play Terrence Davis at the 3 with Huerter at the 2 still, and give that a little more run. Because the Kings have really had their best stretches of offense with 3-guard lineups in, and then either Keegan or Barnes can hold down that 4 spot with Sabonis or Rashawn Holmes at the 5. But the reality is, with Keegan stepping into the starting lineup, Malik Monk, Terrence Davis, Davion Mitchell, those 3 in particular have to step up with more of a consistent offensive presence. They're aware of it. Malik is coming off of his best game as a King so far with the Golden State Warriors, where we saw what he can do both from the perimeter and putting the ball on the floor a little bit. So I'm hoping with more time, this group will be able to figure it out.
I look at a guy like Terrence Davis, and with the way that HB is playing right now, I look at the situation like that, where not him starting over HB or nothing like that, but I don't know, maybe Terrence Davis dips into some of those minutes. I mean, you're taking some away to the KZ Okpala minutes. So I know he only played 3 against the Warriors, but I think he played 18 against the Clippers. You're taking away maybe some of those minutes. You dip into about 4 or 5 minutes of what Harrison gets. And I think that's more time for Terrence Davis, and I think he can give you good minutes at both the 3 and the 2. If you kind of switch up, you allocate those minutes a little differently.
And it's not like there's going to be, as of right now, I do think Harrison Barnes should be and is a better defender than Terrence Davis, but he hasn't played like it by any means. So it's not like there's going to be that steep of a defensive drop off with either Davis or Monk in the game for Barnes at this point in time, and a more consistent offensive presence, at least to this point. So, I mean, we all expect the Kings to be better defensively. We all expect the Kings to not give up 89 points in a freaking half, for goodness sakes. And that's not acceptable by any means. And one of the things I tweeted out after the game, and it was my more pessimistic approach, is like, even though the Kings made a game of that at the end, even though they only lost by, 5 points or whatever, like, they can't feel good about that. They can't leave going, well, at least we kept fighting. No, that's what you're expected to do. You're an NBA team. A game's 48 minutes long. I'm proud of you for continuing to fight. And I'm proud of Mike Brown for leaving the lineup in that got them there. Like that, I like that. But giving up 89 points in the first half, giving up 50 points in the second quarter, that's not acceptable no matter who you're playing. Even if it's the defending champs and Steph Curry is playing out of his mind and you can't defend without a ref blowing a whistle in your face every 30 seconds. Like, I get it. I understand the struggles. That's not acceptable. So the Kings should be much better defensively than that. But I also understand sometimes you got to play to your strengths a little bit too. And if your strengths are getting out, pace and space, running the floor, shooting the 3 ball, and if you're hitting and getting your better shooters out there, maybe lean into that for some stretches and see if you can build yourself a run.
I think it might be a little foolish for us, though, to expect too much from them defensively, because you said 2 things there. Giving up 89 points, obviously that's an extraordinary amount. I think we learned it was a record amount as well. We've seen them have terrible halves before. That was kind of on brand. The comeback was actually kind of on brand. Like, they've done that in the past. Now, there are plenty of other games where that 20-point lead turned into a 30-point loss. Like, that's happened as well. And they were usually followed by Alvin Gentry press conferences saying, "We're not quitting." Alvin, who said anything about quitting? Like, what do you mean? But I wonder if, maybe I thought they were really good defensively against Portland. I thought they were pretty good against LA, though I don't think LA is they're not the Warriors in terms of, you know, the way that they score. Like they're like a little, they're the old Triple H of the late 90s, the cerebral assassin. You know, they'll break you down that way. So, you know, the sample size on their defense is pretty small, though we believe it's gotten better. The evidence that it in fact has is minor. And that's the part that concerns me. And I think we'll get a clearer view tonight, especially if De'Aaron opens up on Ja, because a lot of us, me included, believe that De'Aaron has been playing defensively well. Like he's been busting his ass on the defensive end. And now we're going to get to see what that looks like against one of the top scorers in the league.
You know, there's a famous line that Willie Cauley-Stein had when he was here, when Karl Anthony Towns dropped like 40-something points on the Kings. And after the game, we asked Willie about Cat's night, and Willie said, yeah, but I made him work for every bucket. And Cat missed maybe two. He had like one of the most efficient shooting nights of his career, missed maybe 2 or 3 shots, was like 40 points on like 16 shots or something like that. Just ridiculous night for Cat.
Worked hard on that 16 of 18 shooting.
And we laughed, like we all rolled our eyes and laughed because it's like, oh, that's such a Willie Cauley-Stein line. And I bring that up to say, like, Paul George had a freaking night going for 40. But the Kings made him work. Like he was hitting some ridiculously good shots, and the Kings threw a lot of different looks at him. I thought De'Aaron Fox had a couple of really, really promising possessions. You know what was my favorite part of that game, guys, was, and I tweeted this out because I was watching, at one point coming out of a dead ball. So it was a Clippers inbound, and Kevin Huerter was on Paul George. And before the ball was inbound, Fox comes up to Huerter and goes, switch with me. I got Paul. Like he took Paul and took that assignment on. And I thought, one, it's great to see your star stepping up like that, especially against a bigger wing. And Fox held his own, I thought, against Paul. Now, Paul still got the best of the Kings. That's no surprise. Paul George is one of the greatest shooters on the planet and one of the best offensive players on the planet. But like, I thought De'Aaron had some really good defensive possessions against him. I thought KZ Okpala had some really good defensive possessions against him. And Keegan Murray didn't back down from the challenge in crunch time in his first game of his career, and I thought did pretty well. And Paul was just hitting some really tough shots. So overall, like, even though I don't give the Kings defense a pass for giving up 40 points and losing a winnable game to the Clippers, I see what you're saying about, like, the expectations with the Kings defense need to be tapered a little bit, and we need to recognize when they are having some successes. I think we've seen some much better defensive stretches out of this team in these first 3 games than we've seen at any point over the last couple of seasons. That's promising. It's about putting that together at the right time, pairing that with good closing offense to actually close out a game and win. That's what's missing.
One quick note, KC. Paul George had 40 in that one game. No one else was consequential for the Clippers. 2, yeah, Paul George had 40. De'Aaron had 36.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's important to the conversation. It's not like Paul George went out there and had 40 and the Kings had no answer.
Right.
No, De'Aaron Fox answered it. They didn't let anyone else work. They just the Clippers game was the game where they missed 57 or they only made 57% of their free throws.
Yeah. Matt talking about De'Aaron Fox telling Kevin Huerter, move, I got him. Shades of Chris Webber in Game 7 of 2002. Telling Vlade, move, I'm guarding Shaq. Didn't stop Shaq.
Yeah, it didn't work.
But still, I love it. I love it.
Do we have to bring that up? Like that didn't even
Is
there an example that worked?
That was Lake Show Kenny that just came out.
Like that was weird. It's like
I remember that moment. I was like, yeah, Chris, let's go. Let's go.
Kenny's like, yeah, I want one of them big ships, like the Titanic. Give me one of them. Give me that Hindenburg joint right there. Like, yo, Kenny, like, let's come up with something that works. Damn.
Speaking of,
brings everybody down.
I got to bring him up now. I want to bring him up. Speaking of De'Aaron Fox. Okay. All right, Coos, relax.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
Relax, Coos.
Sorry, Matt.
De'Aaron Fox, Sacramento Kings, it's the Memphis Grizzlies. De'Aaron Fox versus Ja Morant. A lot of people, when they bring that up and they talk about that matchup, they say, don't cover your eyes, Mac. Isn't that, look, we talking about, you covering your eyes. We talking about 2 of the top 10 scorers in the league right now, both averaging over 30 points a game. All right, that's what we're talking about. Now, a lot of people are like, oh, because of Coffee Boy, thanks to Coffee Boy and his nonsense. Oh, why you got to pit these two against each other? I don't even know where that came from. Man, now it shouldn't even be about pitting them against each other. This is a dope matchup between two young point guards. I can't wait to see it. I don't think we saw it at all last year. In the past, we've seen it, and it brought the best out of De'Aaron Fox. What do you think we have in store this year for the first time, Fox versus Ja Morant?
Well, first off, anybody who ever makes comparisons or comments about De'Aaron Fox and Ja Morant and maybe Hulu commercials and things of that nature, those people need to be fired and not have a job. Second, it wouldn't be me, couldn't be me. No, I like what excites me. Take away all of the narratives outside of just who they are as players. It's two exciting, explosive guards who can punish you at the rim, going one-on-one against each other. Like, how is that not exciting? And in reality, like, until last season, I think, and last season was such a blur that I've intentionally forgot so much, but like statistically, in the early stages of both their careers, De'Aaron has dominated that matchup, or the numbers have gone in De'Aaron's favor. Now, we know where the Memphis Grizzlies are and know where the Sacramento Kings are, so we don't need to go down that path any further than that. The point is that De'Aaron does get up for these games. And whether he wants to admit it or not, his reactions on social media, the things that have been said, we know that even if he doesn't have any issue with Ja Morant, and as far as I know, there is no issue between the two of them whatsoever. And there's no reason to present anything more than that. He hears that, and he knows that, and he wants to. That fires up some competitive drive, some competitive juices in him a little bit. So, and that's what I expect. But even more than that, Casey, like, here's how I look at tonight's game. De'Aaron has played like an all-star. De'Aaron has played like a superstar. His team is 0-3. It's not his fault. It's not fair. Like, so many more people should be talking about De'Aaron Fox than actually are. And if De'Aaron were playing in 29 other cities, I believe people would be talking about De'Aaron Fox more than they are right now. And that's the harsh reality of the Sacramento Kings situation. But here's the deal. Like, I don't want De'Aaron getting up just to get excited to play Ja Morant. I want De'Aaron getting up knowing that, hey, we got to get one, if not both, of these games this week at home after 3 days rest coming off of an embarrassing defensive performance, because we cannot afford to start the season 0-5 when 4 of the first 5 games are at home. Like that, if you want to be a good team, that can't happen. Yeah. I want De'Aaron to get up and locked in because of that. And I want the team to meet him there. Like, the team has not met him. Certain players have met him. Keegan Murray's met him. Kevin Huerter has met him. Domantas Sabonis to some extent has met him. The rest of the team has been lagging behind. It's time for the team to do De'Aaron Fox a favor. It's time for the organization to show De'Aaron Fox some love and get the man some damn wins so that he gets the recognition that he deserves for the numbers that he's been putting up and how well he's been playing on both sides of the ball. Like, I've been seeing people saying,
Matt George, I like it.
But people have been saying, like, empty numbers and things like that. And look, I get the Fox criticisms. I get the criticisms of good players on bad basketball teams. I get that. But De'Aaron is doing enough on both ends of the floor to win basketball games. And I don't care that he had 8 turnovers in the first game against Portland. De'Aaron Fox did enough in that game for the Sacramento Kings to beat the Portland Trailblazers. They didn't. De'Aaron Fox did enough for the Kings to beat Paul George and the Clippers. They didn't. Like, the Golden State Warriors game, nobody did good enough in that game. Forget about that. So, like, to me, De'Aaron needs some help, and the Kings have to give it to him tonight, and I expect De'Aaron to be the same tonight against Ja or anybody as he has been in these first 3 games.
I'm with you. I like that. I like Matt. Turned up. Let's go.
When Matt says damn, oh, he's fired up.
Gee, dang it.
He's really fired up when he says damn. You mentioned KZ Okpala earlier and the potential of him on Ja Morant. Another guy that I'm looking for is Davion. You know, Harrison is caught in a lot of slack. I think Davion has had some good non-box score games for sure. I think Portland being an example. I want to see Davion have a good box score game.
Yeah.
Because he's capable, and we know that he is. And there might be, depending on how the lineup goes for with Keegan Murray in the starting lineup. Now, there could be some more scoring opportunities for him. I would prefer his scoring opportunities come as he's trying to get to the basket. But Davion is another guy I want to see something from tonight.
Yeah. I would love your guys' thoughts on this because I feel like I might have a naturally too low of a bar, too low of expectations for Davion, and not in a condescending or rude way, but like I've been watching Davion play. Defensively, we know what he brings, and he's done well for the most part. Offensively, he runs the Kings the same way De'Aaron Fox runs the Kings. We haven't had to see the Kings switch up a lot, even if the scoring has dropped off with that second unit, mostly because of the talent has not stepped up as much, himself included. His scoring has not nearly been good enough, and that's the major area where he needs to improve. But I haven't looked at Davion as that bad in these first 3 games. And then I've gone back and looked at the numbers and gone, oh, wait a minute, you need a lot more from someone who's that important. So I'm curious, like, what have you guys seen when actually watching? Like, take the stats out of it. When you're watching Davion, are you seeing good but not enough? Because I think that's where I'm at.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing he's been okay. He hasn't been dreadful or nothing like that. But I haven't seen a whole lot of impact.
That's a
game.
great word.
Yeah,
that's a great word.
Yeah, just haven't seen enough from it, and I think he's capable of a little bit more. And I just haven't seen enough of it so far.
I think he can be an impactful player, and I think that's the part we were alluding to there a moment ago. Like we've seen him be impactful on the defensive side of the ball, plenty of times. We saw him be impactful when De'Aaron Fox was out, and I think Tyrese was gone during that final stretch of the season last year. We saw how impactful. Now those situations are different, so it's not an apples to apples comparison, but we know he can do it. And if that second unit is as good as we believe it is with guys like Malik Monk, Terrence Davis, and a sprinkle of the starters, I think Davion has the capability to be that impact player.
I do too. I mean, and we know that, like, because he's had moments. He had a really nice moment in the Clipper game where he showed off his mid-range game that he hadn't really shown off too much. He put the ball on the floor, had a kind of a crossover, step back, lost his man, hit a jumper, and was like, okay, let's see if Davion can get his offense going a little bit. I don't remember him doing anything else offensively from that point on, and that was in like the second quarter of the game. So, like, you expect more out of Davion. I think I have realistic expectations of. I didn't expect Davion to be a 14, 15, 16 plus points per game scorer like he showed at the end of last season. But I don't think it's out of the realm of expectations or possibility to expect him to be a double-digit scorer on a nightly basis. Because if you're getting 10 points, 11, 12 points from Davion Mitchell with his defense and his 3 to 4 assists and his ability to run the same kind of offense that De'Aaron does off the bench, I think you're getting more than what you could ask for out of Davion. And then in spot moments, you can have him out there to close games when you need his defense, or if he's having a good night offensively. Like, the bar's not that high for Davion. I just think I need to lower or raise my personal bar for him a little bit more, because I've been okay with what I've seen. But the reality is, especially now that Keegan Murray's a starter, the Kings are going to need a lot more out of him. Malik Monk too.
Yeah, Malik. I want to see Malik play more like he did on Sunday, as opposed to Saturday. Sunday, he was in the flow of the game. He was confident. He was just trusting the game a little bit more, and looking, to be who he is. He's a microwave type player off the bench, and I thought what we saw on Sunday is the type of Malik Monk that we should be getting every single night. Just the confidence in the feel for the game that he played with on Sunday night.
If you are Mike Brown and you're kind of managing your rotations, and again, I know this is really situational, but let's say Keegan Murray's off to a good start offensively and Harrison is pretty status quo to what he's been, or maybe he's a little bit better. He's just average. The first move off your bench is one of those two guards. Who is it, and who are they replacing?
The first move off the bench is one of those two guards. You said,
like, for me, it's like I would put Malik Monk into the game at the 2, drop Herter to the 3, Keegan at the 4, Sabonis at the 5, Fox at the 1, and see what that stretch lineup looks like. Because I think that lineup is potentially the best offensive lineup the Kings can put out there. But I think Terrence Davis has been really good.
Yeah, I might go Terrence Davis. And the first guy out is Harrison, for sure.
I think Malik, I think Malik had a goose egg, didn't he? Like he had a 0-point performance. Was it against the Clippers? Maybe.
Yeah, Clippers. Or he had it really low, maybe 2 or 3 points.
Yeah, it was something. But like he's another guy where Yeah, like, yo, where's the guy from LA?
Mm-hmm.
Where
I want to see him turn up.
Yeah, where's that dude? Like,
I saw a little bit of that on Sunday.
And again, you talk about. I don't think asking Davion to do these things, asking Malik Monk to do these things, is asking these guys to do anything out of what they're capable of, right? Like, we're not asking them to be De'Aaron. We're not asking them to be LeBron. We're not asking them to be a Giannis Antetokounmpo or something like that. Yo, we saw Malik do this. Do it now.
Yeah,
that's what they brought you here for. Like, do that now. And I think he will, and I think he's capable. And have we seen that lineup that you just referenced? I mean, we only it would have had to have been in one of the last two games, but I don't
like it was in the first quarter. Well, I don't know if Herter was out there, but I think that in the second part of the first quarter, I think
of the Clippers game,
of the Warriors game.
Okay,
I feel like we saw that because Sabonis started playing really well. I know Monk has some. I don't think Fox was in. I think it was just Davion though.
Okay, yeah. I'm with Matt. I'd like to see that lineup.
I'm good with that.
If we have it, yeah.
And going back to opening night, obviously Keegan Murray didn't play, but when the Kings went on their really big run in the second quarter on opening night, it was a Fox. It might have been Fox, Mitchell, Herter, Davis, because I think it was a 4-guard lineup that they were running at the time because Murray was not available, and then Sabonis was playing at the 5, and that group scored a lot of points. They were getting out in transition. They were hitting a lot of threes. So I just believe a 3-guard lineup minimum is not necessarily going to be the go-to quote unquote death lineup for the Kings. But if the Kings need quick points, Terrence Davis, you can insert in there. Malik Monk, you can insert in there. And that's what they should be doing, not what they can do. It's what they should be doing when you have those many threats out there on the floor together.
I agree.
The Kings have had death lineups in the past. That's just usually where the game went and died.
Oh,
got him.
I'll be here all week, folks. Thank you. I told Matt this on Saturday, whatever day I saw Matt's when I told him. But I'll say it now. If you're not a subscriber of the Locked On Kings YouTube channel, Matt does a lot of his Locked On Kings podcast, like at the arena after the game, and it's pretty cool because I know Matt likes to get these podcasts posted after the game, and man, it's gonna be a long night for my guy. And I went and pulled it up, and you had the arena as a backdrop, and it's a pretty cool visual, man. You're doing a good job with that. I really enjoy it.
Oh, I appreciate it. No,
I enjoy watching it the next morning.
Thanks for staying up. Oh, wait a minute. You're Damian Barling. No, I had to do it up on the concourse, which is actually honestly a kind of cooler view. I did it down on the court the first couple of times, and I got to work on the lighting on the court because the light is like straight down on top of your head. So it looks like I have like a Batman mask on with how dark my eyes are. So I got to work on that. But no, it's fun to do stuff out there, and it's cool because all the Golden One Center cleanup crew is phenomenal. Like the work that they do, they're incredibly nice people, and they're always out there working. And I can see some of them listening. And there was a guy I was talking about something opening night, and either he was not happy with what I was saying and disagreed with me, or he was like, "You're right," and that sucks because he was just shaking his head while he was working right in front of me. I'm like, well, this guy's my audience now, and I think I'm pissing him off. So,
but studio audience.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. That's Matt George. You can check out the Locked On Kings podcast wherever you get podcasts from. Matt will be out there tonight at the Golden One Center, and of course his coverage over on ABC 10. You feel good about tonight's game?
I do. I feel good about being a viewer of tonight's game. I think
I haven't felt bad about any of them, to be honest.
I haven't. Neither have I. And it's weird because in all three of not the most recent one, but the two of the first 3 games, I felt good after the games, even though they lost. Yeah. It's like I want to be positive. I want to be more positive than I am.
I was a little annoyed by the Warriors game. Like I didn't put a lot of stuff. I was like, oh, this is, all right, you guys can't. It was a 5-point game. Like it's fine. I meant to watch it back after you said you watched it, but I just haven't gotten to that.
Kings win tonight, baby.
Okay, let's do that. We'll be back here to recap it tomorrow at noon. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We appreciate Matt George, Olivia Christian, Sara Hodges, Rich Hammond, and most of all, we appreciate you. We'll see you here at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Hey, real quick, 2 things before you guys filter out. Please hit the thumbs up. I know I'm super late with this. But please hit the thumbs up before you go. And bruh 916, I don't know if you're new in here or changed your avatar or name, but love all of the passion for the Kings, man. That's good stuff. If you are new in here, welcome. If you're not, come back around more. If you just change your screen name and I don't recognize it, well, then just forget everything I'm talking about. But please hit the thumbs up before you go. We fell way behind, quite honestly, because I'm dumb. And it looks like Dave and Cattles didn't tune in today. So just keep those thumbs up going, man, and we'll greatly appreciate it.
Jeez.
Well, I mean,
also,
we got 100% thumbs up. That means the bad guys weren't watching today. Because no one else could possibly dislike us. We're too charming.
On another note, let's see. I don't have cash on me, so if you could take my card, put me down for the over on people asking where KC is tonight. Put me down for the over on that.
Matt's
What
got
is
the
it,
over.
6.5?
I'll take the 7 before the first quarter ends.
Ain't lying.
And so do mine count if they ask me? Because I've been asked.
No, I think they count. I think they count.
No, Matt and Sarah, no, they don't count.
They do count. They count.
No, they ask Matt where KC is. That's a true story. That happened.
It happened.
Matt,
It did happen. It happened twice.
Why would anybody do that?
I think one of them was lazy.
One of them was lazy. I met him. I took a picture with him and his daughter, and then he's like, "Yeah, where's KC?" I was like, "I don't know."
Why would anybody do that?
I said, "Look for the man in the red sweatshirt. He's walking around here like a beacon."
He's the one with the big crowd around him.
Kings and Portland Trailblazers. Man, go wear red. Oh, it's Niners. Okay.
Well, if I was a Blazers fan, I would wear black.
What?
I wouldn't wear red. If I was a Blazers fan, I wouldn't wear red.
I thought red was their primary color.
It's black and white.
Okay.
And red. Plus, I had the 49ers gold on there. Niners, baby. Niners.
I need to get me some new merch. I need to get me some new ones. I need to get that new hoodie or that hoodie that Kenny's wearing.
Really?
Yeah, I don't have that one.
Okay.
I know it's pretty old.
That to you.
No, I'll buy it. I'll support.
Well, man, you support us every week. You come on here, so we're happy. I sent some stuff out to Biederman and Kyle, and I'm happy to send some stuff to you, man. I got to send some stuff to Deuce and Mo. That's why we don't make any money doing this. I'm so thankful for you guys buying this stuff and supporting us and being walking billboards for us.
So KC, you're not going to make it tonight?
Nah, man, not gonna make it, man. I got some things to do around the house. Got to get this room ready.
Couldn't get the courtside seats, huh?
Well,
I get
You
it.
could
They're hard to
always get the courtside seats. Come on now.
They're hard to get. I understand.
I'm up there.
He had to
I'm
text
up there
Uncle
with the
V.
people,
I'm not going to be
man.
there tonight.
I'm up there with the people a lot of the times, man. You know, I'm up there with y'all. You saw me out there. I wasn't even sitting down the other day. I was just up there with the people.
So, D'Lo, I know you aren't about this, and it's nothing like what it's been in the past, but we went to Stockton Kings Media Day, and it's at the Natomas practice facility, the old Kings practice facility that used to be right next to the arena. I'll just say this. Walking up and seeing all the foundations, but no arena, and just seeing sky, it's weird. Like, it's not even like, it wasn't even like sentimental, painful. It was just weird. Like, they still have, like, if people who remember Arco, they had the walk up to it wasn't straight, right? It curved to the front gate or front door, right? And you had like the 6-man sign and the grass and stuff. The ramp is still there, and it just leads to nothing. And it's just it's weird. I don't like it.
I honestly think part of my slightly worked hatred for the arena is I would probably feel different if I still lived in Natomas. But because I don't live there anymore and don't drive by it, like I'd imagine the first time I drove by, like not necessarily from 5, but like on Natomas Boulevard,
it's weird.
It probably look a little weird.
It's weird even from 5, man, because I used to
7. Packers wideout Alan Lazard is likely out for Sunday
Matt
against
Brees?
the Bills with a left shoulder injury. Ravens and Buccaneers tonight in Tampa.
That is a fantastic freeze.
I'm here.
ESPN's Jameson Hensley
I'm hearing the ESPN show that's on right now.
That's cool. I hope you enjoy it. How is it? I don't know why that's being fed to you.
What? I can't hear it.
I guess Jesse's telling us to shut the hell up and get here. I think that's what it is. We'll see you at the G1C. Thanks, buddy.
Bye.
All right. It's the first time Jesse's ever told us to get the hell out of here.
Bucks wideout Julio Jones will play tonight for the first time
Okay,
since
it's all
week
good.
4.
Oh, no, that's all right. They hear it
The
too.
Chiefs get wideout Kadarius Toney in a trade with the Giants. New York will get a conditional
We gotta
third-round
go.
pick
We love
and a
y'all.
sixth-rounder
We'll see
next
y'all.
year. Toney has missed